All right, welcome in everyone. Don't forget to tap that notice button. We are live cooking at the Noticerie. I'm your host, Rathbone. It's Friday, June 5th, 2026. Let's get into all the latest top stories, shall we? So it's being reported that the United States is once again bombing Iran. This is just earlier today, U.S. strikes Iran radar sites after Tehran launches drones at Hormuz. This says the U.S. Central Command said it struck radar sites in Iran's coastal city of Geruk and again, of course, on Qasem Island following Iranian drone launches. Moments ago, CENTCOM forces shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that were launched toward the Strait of Hormuz. The command said, adding that the attack posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. Sure thing. The U.S. subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites to defend against further attacks. I'm told that Iran has retaliated and is currently striking Kuwait as we speak. I guess that means that that is where the attacks originated from. So they're retaliating in kind, tit for tat, as per the usual. It's being reported from Haaretz, Reuters, all of the major news outlets. We'll have to see what transpires over the next few hours with that. But let's take let's start with the Conflicts Forum, which is Alistair Crook's Substack. And he always has insightful analysis. I like to read his Substack as well as Larry Johnson's. So we're going to begin with a few articles, if you don't mind. This says, Iran takes its chances with war. Thank you, Muter. I appreciate that, super. So it says, U.S. war with Iran has moved beyond its initial phase to an emerging new one in which Iran implicitly stakes its chances on the next phase being war. Most likely this will be in abbreviated episodes of limited war, but possessing nevertheless a potential to widen regionally should the U.S. and Israel elect to sharply escalate. The new phase involves risk, of course, yet Iran holds the high cards of an ability to impose disproportionately heavier damage upon Gulf infrastructure as retaliation for any hurt inflicted upon it, and the awareness that the West is edging ever closer to dropping off the energy cliff. The 3 pillars underlying this shift are firstly, confidence that Iran will not and cannot be shifted from its hold over Hormuz, and that in consolidating its administrative structures there, the reality of Iran's hold over Hormuz will increasingly be assimilated by states and reflected in their coming to terms with the Iranian-Omani control. Like it or not, right? This is what's happening. You either get along with the program or you are left in the dust. Associated with this core principle is Iran's implementation of escalated deterrence vis-a-vis the American naval blockade. Any attempt to intercept or attack Iranian vessels or interfere with the Straits administration will be met with increasingly harsher ripostes. Does anybody know what that word means? I always learn new words. Every day we do. Riposte. Let's take a look. Oops. The hell is it? A riposte is a quick, or maybe it's a repost, I'm not sure. A riposte is a quick, clever reply to an insult or criticism or a swift retaliatory counterattack. Okay, I get it. Ultimately, this policy may lead to Iran imposing increasing levels of damage to U.S. naval vessels, another friction point. Words are hard. Thank you, Street Cat. You get it. On June 3rd, for example, the U.S. fired a Hellfire missile at an Iranian oil tanker near the Strait of Hormuz. In response, a U.S.-owned ship, the Panaya, was struck with missiles. Additionally, Iran launched 3 waves of cruise missiles at the U.S. air and helicopter base in Kuwait, from where the attack had originated. And again, I think that same thing has happened today, as we just covered. Images have emerged of serious damage at Kuwait International Airport, too, although the cause of the damage remains disputed. Apparently there is some credibility to the fact that the Americans fired some air defense missile and it mistakenly or accidentally hit the airport. So that's what's being reported. The second underlying principle affecting this shift simply reflects Iranian disdain for Trump's continuous inflating of demands, exaggerated threats, which palpably fall short of U.S. capacities, together with his continual zigzagging and contemptuous rhetoric towards Iran. Of course, now he says he'd be honored to meet Mojtaba Khamenei. The Iranian leadership has concluded, it seems, that compromise will likely not be forthcoming, and that is better to cut the negotiations rather than continue the pointless bad faith negotiations with the deceitful and decrepit American regime, as the New York Times has termed the Iranian negotiations, suggesting that the deal chaos is not a singular glitch by Trump confined to the Iran issue, but rather is a consistent pattern of dysfunctionality repeating itself across virtually all of Trump's peace initiatives. Behind Iran's decision to suspend talks, however, likely lies the gradually dawning clarity seeping out from Israeli and American statements and analyses that the true objective of the 28th February U.S.-Israeli sneak attack was never regime change per se, aiming to swap out Iranian hardliners for a Delcy Rodriguez-style more moderate leader, but was intended rather to bring about Iran's complete destruction and fracturing, an insight that was bound to shift Iran's calculus. This insight has consolidated public support for the Islamic Republic hugely, not bigly, but hugely, and at the same time has turned the war into an existential struggle to preserve the ethical values of the revolution. Seen from this optic, there is little for Iran to discuss with Trump, bar some future modus vivendi, as and when Washington understands that it is boxed in and that new realism takes a hold. Realpolitik, as it were. Yeah, denim shirts again. Of course, I have like 3 shirts, okay? I have a very narrow, shallow rotation. So, there you have it. The third principle undergirding this new phase of conflict is the one enunciated by Iran from the outset of the Islamabad talks. Ceasefire for all or ceasefire for no one. This was again re-emphasized in Iran's latest ultimatum to Trump. If the Israeli threats from last week to flatten the Beirut southern suburb of Dahaya, a.k.a. Allah the Dahaya Doctrine, had been executed, then Iran would have struck northern Israel hard with its missiles. It was a ceasefire for all or no ceasefire. Trump chose the ceasefire, and subsequent to his call with Nosferatu, announced that it was in effect. He told Netanyahu to cancel his planned bombing of Dahaya in southern Beirut. In Israel, a massive wave of anger from all sides of the political spectrum attacked Netanyahu at the very notion of curbing any Israeli attacks in Lebanon. Former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett accused Netanyahu of losing control over Israeli sovereignty, and former PM Yair Lapid, these are his 2 challengers, by the way, said Israel had been reduced to a vassal state after the strikes were called off. The U.S. and Israel for some months have been attempting to bring a segment of leaders in Lebanon to accept the task of disarming Hezbollah. As Rubio explained, so Israel doesn't have to do it. That's crazy, right? Something Lebanese leaders clearly cannot do. Israel has no coherent Lebanon strategy. Of course, we know that. Former senior Israeli military intelligence officer Danny Citrinovitz, sounds pretty Middle Eastern to me, outlines a new strategic Iranian achievement. He says Tehran has effectively succeeded in linking the Lebanese front to the broader Iranian-Israeli arena. Any escalation in Lebanon is now increasingly viewed through the prism of the U.S.-Iran dynamic. Well, I mean, that's true. Nevertheless, he still observes that the situation in Lebanon remains highly unstable. Israel and Hezbollah continue to interpret the current understandings in fundamentally different ways. Whilst Israel maintains that it retains freedom of action across Lebanon except Beirut, Hezbollah, on the other hand, insists that any Israeli military activity at all violates the ceasefire framework. These competing interpretations create significant potential for renewed friction and escalation on the ground. In Israel, the situation in northern towns remains neuralgic for nearly all Israel. Okay, there's a new word, neuralgic. Anybody know what that means? Because I don't. Neuralgic is an adjective that primarily means relating to, affected by, or suffering from neuralgia, which is severe, sharp, or burning pain that shoots along the path of an irritated or damaged nerve. So he's using this metaphorically. Here, I've got these AirPods down here, if you need them. So anyway, let's go back to this article. In Israel, the situation in northern towns remains neuralgic for nearly all Israelis. Many towns along the Lebanon border and down into the Galilee are half empty. Entire swaths of land abandoned by the government, writes Ben Caspit. Local politicians claim that they are Israelis too, and that the government must respond. I love this. Lebanon is certain to remain a point of contention. It is not a matter of if, but when the next crisis will strike. Israel will not let the matter stand. Even liberal opposition leaders demand Hezbollah's destruction and protest Trump's tying of Netanyahu's hands in Lebanon. Iran will not let matters stand either. Mediators have informed the Americans that Iran considers an end to the war on Lebanon, withdrawal of Israeli forces, and a withdrawal from Hormuz to be binding conditions before discussion of other issues. So here we are. The military skirmishes, effectively an abbreviated series of strikes by U.S. forces on Iranian shipping and strait infrastructure, which is still continuing, of course, arising from Trump's desire to assert its naval blockade to U.S. public opinion, continue. This situation is clearly flammable, just as is the Lebanon context. Iran effectively is acknowledging the reality that in this new phase, with so many inherent flashpoints to it, American military escalation at some point likely will become a political necessity for Trump's domestic and Jewish financiers' needs. Throwing a little shade at those disgraced Jewish financiers. Sounds a little anti-Semitic to me, but we'll keep going. And the negotiations? Well, they will go nowhere so long as Israel and the U.S. Jewish billionaire donors reject any Iran outcome that leaves Iran both intact and stronger and pari passu. Let's look that up. Pari passu. Define. Pari passu is a Latin phrase translating to on equal footing or equally and without preference. Okay. So any Iran outcome that leaves Iran both intact and stronger and equal in this binary thinking, the Israel First project within the U.S. and the region correspondingly weakened. A deal that doesn't see Iran irretrievably weakened will be condemned by these latter forces as a treasonous dereliction. A dereliction of duty by Trump. He will be attacked mercilessly, yet he must see that Iran is anyway on the cusp of throwing off the U.S. shackles. This phase of the Iranian conflict likely will only end when the West falls off the approaching economic cliff. So there you have it. Now, let's switch to Larry Johnson's. Pakistan, he says, Pakistan hopeful it will host summit with Trump and Pezeshkian. Okay, it says Trump is not softening the red line, he's selling the off-ramp. There has been a dramatic and noticeable shift in Donald Trump's rhetoric and social media posts regarding Iran since Pepe and I received the report of Iran's threat to do a demonstration detonation of a nuclear warhead if the U.S. does not cease its attacks on Iran. Coincidence? I don't think so, says Larry. Iran is still willing to negotiate a peaceful end to the war with the United States and Israel, but is insisting that the United States end its blockade, stop its attack on Iranian vessels, and halt the Israeli attacks in Lebanon. In the latest news we received from the Pakistani source, Pakistani officials are expressing optimism that they will be able to broker a deal between the U.S. and Iran that will culminate in a meeting between Donald Trump and Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, in Islamabad, Pakistan within the next 40 days. That would be quite significant. Here is the raw intelligence, he says. Trump's inner circle, including Trump himself and the Iranian leadership, have reached a deal to end the war in the Persian Gulf. Pakistan, with China's full weight behind the curtain and a direct personal endorsement from Putin, brokered it. The announcement is expected within days, and hostilities end immediately. All I can say is that is big if true, and I wonder, I always think, how is Israel going to respond to this? As long as there is Israel, there will always be violence. So I wouldn't put much weight behind this intelligence at this point, given everything that we've seen, of course. Trump travels to Islamabad, signs the Islamabad Accord with the Iranian president on Pakistani soil. So Larry Johnson delivers a cautionary warning here. He says, please remember that I am just reporting what the Pakistani source is saying. I am not claiming that I agree. That said, I am confident that the source sincerely believes that Pakistan will succeed in brokering a deal with the U.S. and Iran. I am less sanguine. So I would agree with Larry there. The specifics of the deal reveal some major potential obstacles. The biggest stumbling block is that the U.S. is supposed to get Israel to end its attacks in Lebanon and withdraw its forces. But we know from the likes of Naftali Bennett, Yair Lapid, obviously Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, they're not going to, these Likudniks, you know, they're not going to allow Netanyahu to halt striking against Lebanon. Second, Iran must convince Hezbollah to end its military operations. I have strong doubts that either side will accomplish those objectives. And I think the source of those strong doubts are because of Israel. Under the proposed agreement, the U.S. will lift its blockade and stop attacks on Iranian maritime targets around the Strait of Hormuz and in the Persian Gulf. Iran will continue to collect fees for ships wanting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but will postpone receipt of frozen funds until a nuclear agreement is reached that Trump can present to the world as proof that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon and will not seek to deploy one. I question the wisdom of Iran signing an accord with the U.S. because it is not legally binding, as if that's ever stopped the United States from violating an agreement. This would be worse than signing the JCPOA, which Trump abruptly tore up, leaving Iran in the lurch. The optimal result would be a binding treaty that would require ratification by the United States Senate. I don't see that happening. Thank you, Comrade Cranky, for the super. You say the Zio Americans want to be hated because they are the victims. What the actual fuck? Yeah, I don't know. Make it make sense. Regardless of whether the United States and Iran sign an accord in the next 40 days, the economic damage to the world economy will not be quickly repaired. The best case is that the Pakistani source is right. Trump and Pezeshkian sign an accord, and the healing process can begin, perhaps as early as July 1st. The worst case is that this war with Iran will continue through the summer, perhaps longer, and that worsening global economic conditions will increase pressure on the U.S. to make a deal with Tehran. Today was another monster podcast day. Okay, so then he shares his podcasts. So there you have it. There's some insight into what's going on in the Middle East. Let's see. Let's now switch to Twitter. And we're going to do our rapid-fire Twitter slop session. I hope you'll tap that notice button and subscribe to the channel if you like what you see. So we're going to go through. Apparently, there's a new $250 bill, and it's depicting Sleepy Don. Ha ha, hee hee, hoo hoo hoo. That's pretty funny. Let's see. This is a post from Duopoly Destroyer, a.k.a. Nico House. He says, for the love of God, Colombia, we're begging you, don't fall into the same trap as your neighbors. If a conservative outsider comes out of nowhere promising you the moon and the stars, run the other way because history has proven they're about to run your country into the ground. Let's take a look.
Across South America, voters were sold the same promise: order, prosperity, a strong man who could cut the fat and fix the economy overnight, supposedly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the receipts are in. And the reality is, it's the people who are the ones paying the bills for these neocon US-backed government. Let's start with Argentina. Y'all remember when Javier Milei took office, claiming to be a huge libertarian, even showed up with a big ass chainsaw like a goofball? And what happens? In the first 6 months, poverty doesn't fall like he promised. It explodes. It explodes to 53%, the highest level of poverty in Argentina in 2 decades. 22,000 businesses shut down. Unemployment shoots up to a 6-year high. And I feel even worse for the retirees because as their checks were not keeping up with inflation, the cost of everything like groceries and basic needs were rising for people on fixed incomes. Now, of course, many of Milei's defenders will try to make an argument that inflation actually went down. And I guess technically that's true. I mean, at least it eventually became true after it blew up. But how about you ask the average retiree if they can fill their grocery cart, or how that factory worker feels about their plant suddenly being closed, and if that miracle Milei promised them actually positively affected their lives. I don't know if you noticed, but last month, Argentinians were in the streets, and his approval numbers were almost as bad as his singing. Oh, but that's just one example, because then there's Ecuador. Y'all remember when Noboa ran as a law and order candidate? No, the irony is not lost upon me that one of the biggest drug traffickers in the world ran as a law and order candidate. Talked about tanks in the streets, mass crackdown, the whole like, oh, I'm a tough guy, oh, I'm gonna be hard on crime playbook that we've seen over and over. How'd that work out for Noboa? 2025 was actually the most violent year in Ecuadorian history. They had over 9,000 murders, the highest homicide rate in the entire Western Hemisphere, y'all. He militarized the country, and you know who benefited the most? The cartels. They were the ones who benefited the most from the militarization of Ecuador. Meanwhile, Ecuador is suffering from 14-hour blackouts, a fuel subsidy cut so brutal that it led to a 31-day national strike. Yeah, that neoconservative firm hand didn't lead to a safer country nor a better economy. The only ones who benefited from Noboa's policies were literally funeral homes. Even in this new situation in Bolivia with Rodrigo Paz, barely in office, declares an economic emergency and slashes fuel subsidies by decree.
Y'all think he's talking too fast? Should I slow it down? Should I slow it down for you?
Bro, overnight, gas and diesel prices more than double, which makes sense because why would you do that in the middle of the war when you know energy costs are already going up because of the situation with Iran? Bro, literally weeks later, got blockades, the capital is under siege, 4 people dead.
This is too smart for Saeed. He needs me to dumb it down. We'll come back. So this is from Elon Mitzrahi. He says, you remove the cancerous slave Maloney. This is in Italy. Apparently Italy is also protesting. Everywhere, seems like, what country is it today? There's protests happening in Albania. They're in their 4th night of protests. It's getting heated up over there. We'll have some footage of that shortly. But this is also Italy, protesting apparently violently, demanding the boycott of Israel. Everywhere. It's like decolonization is a violent process, isn't it? Kicking usurpers and occupiers out of the country. Out, demon. Begone, Satan. Look at that. The police is actually retreating. That's amazing. Look at that. Every time I see this shit, I'm like, it just speaks to the spinelessness of Americans. This shit goes on for 4 minutes. But I think we get the idea. Here's another clip. Italy is just nonplussed about Jewish supremacy. You know shit's bad in Italy because they'd rather be kneading dough, making a pizza pie, but no, they're out in the streets, folks. Gonna need a bigger rock. I wonder what building that is. Thank you so much for that big time super chat. Love to you. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. And also cheers. All right, and then you see, look, this is Albania. Sneeko says, how pathetic that Americans sit idle while Israel rapes us, but Albanians gather together like warriors. All power to Albania. That's nuts. I think we saw that. I guess that's the Albanian national anthem. Sounds like Italian opera to me. Ilan Mitzrahi, another post from him. He's pretty based. Israel deserves all the horrors coming for it, he says, and they are mighty and multiple. And that is in response to a Mit Press News post that says, Israeli soldier casualties have been mounting since the morning. Hezbollah managed to ambush Givati Brigade's forces, engaging them at close range and injuring the commander of its reconnaissance unit with direct gunfire. Not much context. It's just, with this clip, it's just, seems like they're firing from their Apache helicopter. I would presume that that's an Israeli helicopter, right? Hezbollah doesn't have helicopters, do they? They're more of a dug-in ground resistance force. All right, this is a 40-minute clip from Stu Peters. We probably won't watch the whole thing, but let's see what he has to say. We do know that, Section 224 of the 2027 NDAA, the National Defense something Act, which, is famously merging the U.S. military with Israel, and everyone's saying, well, this was actually literally written by Netanyahu, this clause in that National Defense Policy Act. The Section 224 was specifically written by the Israeli Prime Minister. And it passed, by the way.
The United States House of Representatives has now voted to approve a War Powers Act resolution, which would allow them to assert jurisdiction over the United States military. By
all this music, Jesus.
extension, they would then be able to tell the White House that this war with Iran, initiated, of course, under the command of Benjamin Netanyahu, will soon be coming to a close. Alongside every single Democrat, the 4 Republicans who Fox News and the Trump administration have deemed traitors who voted along with or in favor of this resolution are Thomas Massie from Kentucky, no surprise there, Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, Tom Barrett from Michigan, and Warren Davidson from Ohio. The rest of them, all of the rest of them voted against the American people and with their AIPAC guy to allow Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu to continue using America's military to wage an illegal war that's seeing kids slaughtered and the expansion of Israeli territory. No upside for America. And despite the vote and despite widespread claims that ceasefires are in effect on multiple fronts, the United States has continued to attack Iran and Israel has continued attacking Lebanon. I'm sure that you're shocked. But as for continued U.S. involvement in the region, the People's House has spoken. The War Powers Act resolution is now heading to the Senate. Now, as I mentioned, Fox News, they're not happy about this. And last night, just like he always does, Jesse Waters launched into this lengthy, propaganda-ridden rant, clamoring for more war with Iran, pretending Donald Trump is in charge of Benjamin Netanyahu, and defending the honor of Marco Rubio's feet.
Fox News alert, the House just passed a war powers resolution to end the war in Iran. The final vote, 215-208, with 4 Republicans breaking rank, including Thomas Massie, who just lost his re-election bid. The vote would mean the president would have to seek out congressional approval for any future military action. The bill now is going to be voted on in the Senate, so we'll see what happens there. Even if it does pass out of the Senate, Trump will just veto it, so it's more simple.
Dick Jones is getting exactly what he voted for. He just wanted another ballroom.
Symbolic.
Mission accomplished.
In other news, someone might have to clean up his cave because someone's coming over for dinner.
The people
Someone's coming over for dinner.
They're the people that are leading
So
the
snarky.
country right
Is it the gay Ayatollah?
now. He's involved. Absolutely.
dumb.
Really?
Yeah, I think they have a lot of respect for him.
Would you like to meet him or meet any of the Iranians in person?
I've never thought of it, actually. It's a very good question. I'll think of it. Yeah, I'd like to meet him.
I'll think of it now.
I'd like to meet everybody. I'd like to meet him. We probably will meet at some point, depending on how it all works out.
I doubt the president would have a summit underground, but Trump will sign a treaty anywhere. That's if things go well. If they don't, here come
He's
the
like,
beef.
like the petty like digs at Iran. Like, oh, I don't know if Trump would go underground to sign a treaty, because you know the implication is that Iranians are basically rats that live underground, like Hamas.
52s.
I have to make a determination. Do we sign a deal or we do it the other way? And the other way is not nice.
What will the other way
The
achieve?
other way's not
though?
nice.
Certainty. It would be over. There wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be any talking. There wouldn't be any delays. There wouldn't be. But you know, I'd rather do it the nice way.
Yeah, he's
From
so
a humanitarian
nice.
standpoint.
Yeah.
POTUS
From a
says it takes 2 to
humanitarian
tango for a
standpoint.
deal. If not,
The
well,
guy is now concerned about humanitarian principles after he started a war with Iran in which he bombed an elementary school, killing 160 schoolgirls. But yeah.
Lockheed Martin's been doing a little testing over in Arizona. For the first time ever, they intercepted an Iranian-style drone using a Grizzly launcher. It's cheap, effective, and
It's
Lockheed's
cheap,
put all of
effective,
this
and
together during the
durable.
ceasefire. So don't get on Trump's bad side. Netanyahu did this week. It didn't go well.
You said, are you effing
Pompous. That is another word that describes Jesse Waters.
crazy? What are you effing doing? I helped you stay out of jail. Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed at his constantly fighting with Lebanon. You know, at some point I said, Bibi, we got to stop this. We got to stop it.
Israel's been freelancing in Lebanon, and Trump doesn't want to have that scuttle the deal. Netanyahu, he responded.
President confirmed that he
I mean,
said your
we've already covered all this. I'm not sure. I just kind of want to hear what Stu had to say. I guess let's skip ahead a little bit.
We're hopeful that we can create a paradigm in which Lebanon's government and Israel can work together to disarm Hezbollah and allow the people of Lebanon to reclaim its country. But it's complex. This has been going on since, since OJ had isotoners.
Speaking of Hezbollah, turns out they have phones.
We actually spoke with
Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that.
Hezbollah for the first time ever. We didn't know they spoke.
The president says Hezbollah and Israel both agreed they're not going to shoot at each other anymore, for now. So we'll see. If the Iranians get cute with their drones, we're going to hit them back. Yesterday, we hit one of their islands right in the mouth of the strait.
How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
The only big bombs Trump wants to see are Iran's, and he's ready to dig up the dust.
And that stuff is buried underneath a mountain that virtually collapses. Very, very hard to get it. But nevertheless, I want to get it. We're the only ones, us and probably China are the only two countries that have the equipment where you can do that.
The president still has something else on his mind, too.
You were talking about regime change. Why is nobody talking about that now?
Why do you say we're not talking about it?
I said the other day.
Because President Trump seems ready to make a deal with this current regime.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that he wants this regime to stay.
The one-legged gay Ayatollah is being led around on a leash by the Republican Guard. He's a figurehead without any lips. Trump's working on a grand bargain to open up the strait, denuke the mullahs, and
It says burnt Ayatollah is on a leash. Shame on you, Fox News. Shame on you, Fox Jews.
sew up the Abraham Accords. What are the Democrats doing? They're talking about.
You know, we know that we learned from the Jewish Democratic Council that pride is a Jewish value. But I will add to that. I will say that Jewish pride cometh before the fall.
Marco's feet.
Jewish pride cometh before the ball room.
Just like you won't admit President Trump is losing this reckless war of choice, and just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president bought you were too big, you clearly don't know what winning means.
Yeah, I don't know about the shoes.
Like, this is our opposition to Marco Rubio. We're never getting health care, are we?
He gave me some Florsheim shoes. They're actually pretty good. They fit fine. I don't know what she's talking about.
Your shoes look very nice today, Mr. Secretary.
Well, how can you see them? They're way down here. We're talking about shoes. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, is this the Foreign Affairs Committee or is this like a circus? What is this?
All right.
We'll have more on feet later in the show. You know what else Democrats can't stop thinking about? Trump in the bedroom.
Donald Trump is sleeping right next.
All right, we've seen all of this, so I kind of want to skip ahead. Whoops.
Safety net. Hey, I mean, according to J.D. Vance, the congressional authority to stop the president from waging an illegal war doesn't exist in the first place. These people believe that they are all powerful.
True. All right, we'll let Stu cook. Karma's a bitch. Now Donald Trump sleeping in the Oval Office. Chinese President Xi Jinping is heading to North Korea, by the way, to strengthen ties. I don't know if he's there yet, but the trip has been planned at least. He's apparently made trips to South Korea and one other country, I forget. And so North Korea wasn't feeling the love. Serbia has declined to approve a proposed Trump Tower development in Belgrade that was linked to Jared Kushner. So now Serbia is rejecting the Kushners. Here's a clip from Albania. Albanians are showing people around the world how to take our power back. Albania is not for sale. Albania belongs to the Albanian people, and we decide what we want to do here. It's not up to corrupt politicians to decide what they can do with our land.
Albania is not for sale. Albania belongs to the Albanian people, and we decide what we want to do here. It's not that some corrupted politicians who run now Albania can decide what they can do with our property, with the Albanian heritage, the natural heritage, the cultural heritage.
All power to Albania. Albanians are fighting harder against their land being stolen to build Epstein Island 2 than Americans ever fought against our CEOs, politicians, presidents being in the Epstein files, and raping children. What Albanians are doing is extraordinary. It's time for us to do the same.
Look how inspiring this is. Look at the people of Albania right now. They are fighting harder against and protesting against the development of what we're calling Epstein Island 2 than Americans have ever fought back against our CEOs.
Wow, really? Albania has a huge Muslim population, but yet none of them have claimed to be from Arabia. Wow. Somebody tell the Jews that you can be religious and it doesn't mean you're also a national ethnicity. Right?
Our politicians and our presidents being in the Epstein files and raping children. Albania is showing the people of America how it's done. This is how the people take their power back. One of the problems in our country is they sell us this illusion of democracy, that you can change things by voting. Let me tell you something. The reason they tell you to vote is because the ruling class knows nothing will change when we vote, because they own both parties.
It's time to put our energy into something else. Stop voting. They don't even let you have the names, the people, the candidates on the ballot for you to choose from. They've removed those options from the ballot before you even get into the ballot box.
That's what Americans have to start to figure out here. The billionaire class who controls our society, who controls the entire economy and controls our government, they hedge their bets. They donate half their money to Democrats and half their money and the other half to Republicans, because no matter who wins the election, they win because they've hedged their bets, right? That's how they buy off our country. That's how they rig the economy. That's how they get laws in their favor. And we're not going to stop anything by just voting every 2 years for Congress, 4 years for president, and 6 years for Senate. What we got to do is we have to stop fighting over and fighting for these corrupt politicians and these two corrupt political parties. And we got to start fighting for each other. We got to start fighting for our coworkers. We got to start fighting for our neighbors, our community members. That's how you take your power back. You do not take your power back by playing in the rigged game that they want you to play. So I really hope that people are starting to understand what's happening here, and that the only way we're ever going to stop the corruption in our society is if we rise up together. That is our power. The people, we've got to put aside our differences. What does left versus right mean when none of us can afford to survive under this corrupt capitalist oligarchy, right? It doesn't matter. What matters is coming together and fighting back against this system. Thank you, Albania, for leading.
And I would add that they elevate and they vilify the ones who are compatible, tame, safe, rhetorically innocuous, incremental enthusiasts, right? Or incremental advocates, as a way to get people like us to glob onto these controlled oppositions and make us think that maybe these are the people, these are the candidates that we should get behind because look at how much they're being targeted. But again, that's just a manufactured psyop. It's intentional. Dr. Morandi says that the genocidal Zionist regime continues the ethnic cleansing of southern Lebanon with full Western support. Here's a clip of Israel bombing the last coastal towns where displaced people were still located inside South Lebanon. They want the entire South. They want everyone outside of the South. And there's some more destruction, more depravity from Israel. Yet another day ending in Y. White House staffers have begun taping googly eyes to Trump, making sure that the press knows he's wide awake and he's always watching. That's good. Apparently 1.75 trillion was wiped out from the stock market today. Everything's down. Here, the people who did this to Gaza want to lecture you about human rights. I've seen that video before. It's absolutely appalling. And they're still firing into the rubble, you know? It's like, what the fuck are you firing at? They're so brave. This is a ridiculous article produced by this liberal DSA rag. If y'all know about Jacobin, they're a bunch of liberal shills, NATO leftists, as Nick Cruz likes to call them. They attacked our boy Chris Smalls. Can you believe that? Chris Smalls, they say, shot to prominence for playing a key role in the shock union win at a New York Amazon warehouse. He was charismatic and energetic in a time labor needed both. But get this, in the years since, his own ego has overwhelmed his political contributions. And they get grilled for this. Nick Cruz claps back and says, imagine writing an article so horrible that you have to lock your account down afterwards. And here is the person that wrote this article for Jacobin. Her name is, of course, Annie Levin. Y'all see her? She looks particularly Ashkenazi. And So she writes this article, she gets shit on, and then she goes private. That's not a good look. So I said the audacity of an op-ed writer to criticize the, quote, political contributions of a labor leader who started the ALU, and the only ALU, the only labor union, as to my knowledge, to this point, the only labor union for Amazon, advocating for the workers of Amazon. And he was also tortured by the IDF, actually. I think that was late last year, for delivering aid to Gaza. But the audacity for this person to say all this is astonishing. And I think you would agree. Look at this, 200 likes, 389 comments, and none of them are good. Long live Chris Smalls, they say. The meteoric rise and narcissistic fall of Jacobin, a gatekeeping rag. Here's just in case you need to be reminded of what Chris Smalls endured while he went to an Israeli black activist on the ship, on the flotilla, and they treated him more brutally than other crew members. So there you go.
And I was attacked by 7 of their authorities, thrown to the ground, face first, put my arms behind my back. They put their knees in my back. Once they separated me from the rest of the crew, they kept me in a room. They threw me against the wall face first. They whispered some racist remarks in my ears, saying that they'll come back and say, okay, you can see a lawyer. The same thing when they physically assaulted me. They sent the medic in 5 minutes later asking, was I okay? Do I need medical attention? After they threw me to the ground several times.
Capacity of someone who self-identifies as Annie Leibovitz. What's her name? Annie Levin. Let me show you this person's Twitter page. She says she self-identifies as a labor writer, writing on culture and labor. So a labor writer is calling out a labor activist for their political contributions. And she's literally just a keyboard warrior. This dumb bitch. It looks like she went back to not being private anymore. I wonder if she's... Read the comments. Read the room, Annie. The vanguard of the Epstein left, she's known as. So yeah, Jacobin's supposed to be this like labor-centered publication, you know, but they're attacking their own. It's like, what side are they really on? Not our side. And that's what class analysis gives us and tells us and shows us. So this is from Parody Jeff. Moving on, Greeks are being pushed out just like Albanians, and an Israeli investment fund is aggressively privatizing 200 hectares of Kalamata's western beach, fencing off public coast for residences. They want to create future colonies. Yeah, where are they going to go? They got kicked out of their own fucking country. It's not really their own country. It's really occupied Palestine. But, you know, the one thing, the thing that they controlled, right, from the river to the sea, they've kicked themselves out. So they're looking for new lands. And on it goes, right? AI presents an incredible opportunity for Jews, because instead of trying to control the whole world and manage social media, we can go directly to the companies with advocacy solutions, says Dr. Maya Ackerman to the American Jewish Committee, excuse me.
But where do you see genuine opportunity? How can AI help improve Jewish representation in all these issues?
The really cool thing about AI is that while it can become a great ally for our enemies, if we act early, it can be exactly the opportunity that we need. After missing the boat with social media,
Missing the boat.
AI is now becoming the dominant source of information, the main source of information. People trust AI more than anything else. They trust
No, the fuck we do not.
AI more than social media. They turn to chatbots like ChatGPT and Gemini instead of using Google, and young people use these.
It's the same shit, whether you do a search on Google or if you search, if you ask a question to a Google chatbot. I mean, what's the difference?
Bots instead of Google in very, very, very large numbers. So this is becoming the main source of information, okay? And so when I say this, I still find Jewish people being discouraged. They say, oh, but Wikipedia is already so anti-Semitic and social media is so anti-Semitic. Why bother? The AI just learns from all of this data. So, whatever, not much we can do. But that's not true.
True,
because
actually.
over the past 2 years, the AI companies have been moving towards alignment. So instead of the algorithms sort of honestly representing what's in the data, we're finding that these chatbots and the text-to-image models are increasingly showing us exactly what the companies want us to see, okay? So it's becoming intentional, which means...
And who owns these companies? Who owns Google? Who owns Apple? Jews!
That instead of trying to control the whole world and trying to somehow manage what's happening in this big blob of Wikipedia and social media, we can go directly to the companies with clear technical and advocacy solutions. So for the first time, there is a path to correcting the digital world.
Thank you, Maya. Yeah.
It's giving, we don't need to go in and conquer territories. We can just control these territories through the IMF and the World Bank. You see? Sabby Sab says, soon we will only see what they want us to see. Let's remember that none of this is possible without money. Israel is a billionaire pet project. Here's the anniversary of this tweet from Elon Musk. He said this a year ago. He says, time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. And a year later, they're still not public. That might be one of the few times that Elon Musk actually told the truth. All right, let's see. This is a leaked video of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We are working to bring Iran to places it has never been before, he says. They will understand that they are below and Jews are above. How could we forget?
אתמול ביקרת בערד, קראת בדימונה, גם אני, ראית את החוסן, ראית איזו אוכלוסייה, ראית את מדינת ישראל. הם רוצים אבל תוצאה.
וואו.
מה שהאיראנים רוצים לסגור את העניין הזה.
I don't understand forked tongue. We are working to, okay, so we are working to bring Iran to places, okay, so same shit. Yeah. Jews are above. The Jews above us. Thank you, Jews, for my existence. Candace Owen says, yikes, how much money will you have to spend to run this episode as an ad to get it to break 100,000 views? Also, any comment on how long you'll limp on like this before you accept that nobody cares or watches you anymore? This is to Ben Shapiro. Or is it that you have enough money and wealth stolen from Palestinians to keep it going forever? And I love the trolling of Ben Shapiro. The mogging of Ben Shapiro continues. He shares a takedown of Candace on his YouTube page. It gets 28,000 views. When he has, you know, something like, I don't know, is it 3 million or 7 million subscribers? He's a multi-million subscriber channel, and he can't crack 30,000 views in the first 4 hours. Ben Shapiro says, on the show today, Candace Owens continues her magical propaganda tour. We discuss why Americans win only if the New York Knicks lose to the whatever. I'm fine. It's fine. Oh my God, I gotta save that. That is beautiful. Thank you for that. This is a good one too. Hilarious. Oh my God, it just gets better. Beautiful. An ass sitting on an ass. Holy shit. Look at those caterpillars. Nick Cruz is reporting that UK is banning doctors from expressing sympathy with Palestinians. They're claiming doing so is anti-Semitic because it makes Jews uncomfortable. Once again, I'm asking, why would anyone want to visit the UK in the first place? It's an absolute Jewish supremacist shithole. Ditto the United States. In anti-Semitism crackdown, the UK will bar NHS workers from wearing political badges. The new rules, based on recommendations by Lord John Mann, come in the wake of shocking cases of intimidation and abuse within the health service. Max Blumenthal tells us that Netanyahu's failing war in Lebanon must be losing popularity faster than we realize if his personal Hasbara mill is churning out propaganda that is this desperate. Let's take a look. It says, breaking news, Israel Hayam reveals that hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists had begun advancing from southern Lebanon toward communities in northern Israel in a pattern similar to October 7th in early March during the war with Iran, which led the Israeli army to launch a broad operation and eliminate all of them. Look at this crazy, batshit insane post from Bezalel Smoke-A-Dick. He says, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Anus, but even the Hague won't stop me. He says, not even the Hague will stop him. Thank you for that super, Shantown. Can I say Uncle G is the best? He's a big fan watching live now. Yes, Uncle G is the best. There you go. I don't know what I just said, but you gave me $10, and so shout out to Uncle G. Who the fuck is Uncle G? What am I consenting to? I have no idea. Bezalel Smotrich says, I'm a proud Jew of the land of Israel, preoccupied. Preoccupied? It's a clever choice of words there. With what the Jews will do, I'm a believing Jew, convinced of our right to the land and trusting in the master of the universe who will fulfill his promise to the fathers and the sons. I am convinced that the day will come even when the Gentiles in the Hague will say, the Lord has done great things for them. And then you and your ilk will say, the Lord has done great things for us. We were like those who dream. Yeah, sure thing. This sounds like a big Cope post. I suggest you go to the synagogue tomorrow and listen during the Torah reading to the reading of Joshua and Caleb, the heroes who stood alone against the burden-bearing complainers of that generation and called out, let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it. Shabbat Shalom, he says. Even when they quote the Torah, they have to quote the language of occupation. You see that? It's ingrained in them, folks. This just in, President Putin says Russia is ready to provide Iran with enriched uranium and continue building nuclear facilities. We are working with them and stand ready to provide everything necessary, including enriched uranium for nuclear power generation. Although something tells me they don't need it at this point. Mark Levin says, Massey, who is a complete piece of shit, a Jew hater, is very upset about a post I made, which was forked tongue-in-cheek about his lunatic friend Marjorie Trotsky Gangrene. Wow, that's a reach. He's right. For now on, I will focus on him. Cry harder, bitch. See, sometimes such poetry exudes from my mouth. spontaneously. Dr. Morandi is reposting this article. I think it's from The Economist. It says Donald Trump could be the man to save Cuba. Why does Cuba need saving? It says ideological certainties have hurt Cubans for 70 years. I think those ideological certainties was imperial capitalism. Time to give cynicism a chance, it says. Dr. Morandi responds and says they starve them, then they invade them, and Western media says they're saving them. The declining West has returned to 18th century imperial narratives. I would agree. Josh Gottheimer, the representative for the United States government, says no foreign government should be influencing what our kids are taught in American classrooms. We need transparency, accountability, and strong safeguards against foreign interference in our education system. American students should be learning facts, not Qatari-funded narratives. Are the Qatari-funded narratives in the room with us right now? It's funny that he's saying no foreign government should be influencing our kids in American classrooms. This guy has taken $1.6 million from the pro-Israel lobby, and it should also be noted that a Jewish supremacist Zionist, also known as Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was instrumental in supplying American classrooms with McGraw-Hill textbooks and Schofield Bibles, which taught a pro-Israel narrative, right? So they project. They're projecting, they always project their crimes onto their perceived enemies, onto their victims, I guess you could more accurately call them. It's another post from Nick Cruz. EU is now stripping benefits from Ukrainian refugees and considering deporting them so they can fight on the front lines and die for NATO. Ukrainian refugees are now being deported back to Ukraine so they can die for NATO. EU considers limiting protection for Ukrainian men of fighting age. They're getting so desperate. I've heard that Ukraine has suffered 2 million deaths since 2022, since the war began, this special military operation that Russia conducted. 2 million. That is just an ungodly amount. And, you know, we know they raised the median age, like the average age of Ukrainian soldiers is something like 45. And I don't think I need to tell you that old men don't fight wars, right? That's for Gen Z at this point. But not if you're Ukrainian, because they're losing so badly. Syrian girl reports glory to Albania kicking out the Israeli settlers on Sazan Island. You have to nip it in the bud before cancer spreads. Cyprus, we are looking at you. All right. All power to Albania. CNN reports that Lebanese President Joseph Aoun shares his message to Israel in an exclusive interview with CNN's Christian Amanpour. Alon Mitzrahi calls him a stupid, delusional idiot addicted to humiliation.
Aren't you fed up with war since 1948? Do you want really to live in peace? Let's sit and talk. For the Israeli government, it's the time for the power of reason to prevail over the reason of power. Military activities or military solution will never provide you with security and safety to the northern people. We are ready to sit and talk. Our people along the border are fed up with wars, but you need to show some willingness and commitment to end this war for the sake of both people and on both sides of the border. We are ready, we are willing, we are committed. Are you? Aren't you fed up with war since 1948? Do you want really to live in peace? Let's sit and talk. For the Israeli
Of course, we know that the Lebanese government is really just controlled opposition, Zionist-owned, and that precipitates and necessitates the existence of the actual resistance known as Hezbollah. Dr. Jill Stein is saying Italian workers are showing the way. Boycott Israel now. Stop the slide into World War III. A nationwide general strike was organized in more than 75 cities across Italy. They're doing pretty good at organizing these strikes because it seems like this happens every few months. They go on strike. They demand a complete boycott of Israel and the severance of all ties. We watched this clip a little bit earlier, but there's a new take for you. Here is Sergei Lavrov, Russian foreign minister, said U.S. operations in both Iran and Venezuela is to control global energy markets. The truth shall set you free. It's so refreshing to hear the truth, right?
In Venezuela, the Americans made a completely unimaginable move. I cannot even recall anything like it. Under the pretext that President Maduro headed a drug cartel. The moment they abducted him, they immediately announced, you know, we have interests in the oil sector there. So now we're going to take Venezuela's oil industry under our control and explain to Venezuelan colleagues what they should do, who they should sell to, and who they should not sell to. With Iran, it all began with the claim that Iran had been promoting international terrorism for 47 years. Very quickly, though, it became clear once again that the real reason was something else. At one point, the Americans even proposed that the Strait of Hormuz be controlled on a 50-50 basis by them and Iran. Once again, this is all about oil. Once again, it is about the world's energy markets. In Venezuela,
Yeah, and I'm remembering yesterday's stream, we had watched that podcast of Simon Dixon and how he tells us, all right, thank you, Bunker Cat, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, appreciate that. That Simon Dixon was telling us that, you know, obviously politicians are merely state actors, and Donald Trump isn't, you know, the decision to go to war with Iran was already made before Trump became president. And Trump's job was to sell a narrative to the American people for why that is happening, which is all spectacle, it's all deception, it's a made-up story. But the real reason is because the financiers backing Trump are desperate to control the global energy market. And that's why Miriam Adelson forked out $300 million and others to basically rent the U.S. military to fight for the state of Israel. And also, you know, because war is very profitable for banks, much more profitable than defense contracts, for example. Here's another take on that article from Jacobin. Writing a racist slander article about a black man, then going private when you get criticized as peak white woman. Just amazing stuff. Can't even own up to your racism. I mean, racism, sure, but it's more so just, it's the class struggle, right? It's because they're not actually getting behind real, authentic labor leaders and activists, despite what color of their skin is. They're still fighting people that are actually advocating for working class, you know, principles for an authentic antagonism to be presented to the ruling class, to the capitalist class. But they're not on board with that. You know, the real reason is because they didn't like that Chris Smalls went after AOC, even though AOC kind of started this off by, you know, disparaging Chris Smalls. So, you know, and AOC is obviously part of that DSA, NATO left, you know, liberal Zionist sect of the Democratic Party. I mean, that is the Democratic Party, but I guess I should say that sect of American left, whatever that means. So this report of the Gerald Ford, there's new footage. Remember, there was that crazy laundry fire that apparently happened. That's what it was being sold to us as, this laundry fire that happened in the Gerald Ford a couple months ago. And apparently there's new footage that shows it might not have been a laundry room fire. How many deaths do you think they're covering up? How many sailors died, you think? I mean, I think what the real reason that's being rumored is that the Iranians struck the carrier. CNN exclusive footage shows that the fire aboard the USS Ford is much more serious than the Navy hinted at. All the Trump regime does is lie. This just in, a Nobel Prize winner builds a solar device that can pull 1,000 liters of clean water from air every day. Somebody says, was nice knowing you, bro. He'll probably disappear, and this device won't see the light of day. This chode, Sam Harris, is here to tell us that there is no famine in Gaza, there is no genocide in Gaza.
There was no famine in Gaza. Right? That's a lie. I mean, we've been the victims of a comprehensive and amazingly successful psyop.
So the people that have engineered this genocide, have engineered all these crimes that Israel is committing that we can see in broad daylight. They control the media apparatus. They control the public institutions. They control all of the propaganda. They have all of the wealth, all the resources, all the infrastructure devoted to disseminating this message and creating and concocting this narrative. And apparently they're still victims. So they not only do they have the truth on their side, if we're to follow his logic, they have the Jewish Zionists, they have the truth on their side, they have all of the power in controlling the messaging, but they still lost. They still were unable to convince the public. Even though they have the truth on their side and they have all of the means to deliver that truth. Could it be that maybe they're lying? And that's why nobody buys it, despite all of the sophisticated propaganda that has been thrown at us over the last few years.
Of analyzed the average calorie count that got into Gaza throughout the whole war. Is it something like
the average calorie count that got into Gaza? Why was it allowed? What? How is it that it? We're talking about how much calories were able to be allowed into Gaza. Oh, that's right, because Gaza is under siege.
3,000 calories per person a day. I mean, it's just we're not talking about a condition under which people are going to be starving to death.
And also, can he source that? Can you give us a source for that claim that there have been 3,000 calories per person, that's being allowed into Gaza per day?
But some may have been starving. Starvation is a specific thing. Like famine is a word that has a meaning, right? It doesn't mean that some people.
Yeah, what does famine mean? Let's see. Famine is a word that has a meaning. Let's define it. Famine. A famine is an extreme, widespread shortage of food that causes severe malnutrition, starvation, and death within a population. It is the most severe level of food security crisis, typically accompanied by disease outbreaks. To declare an official famine, organizations like the United Nations use the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Scale. A famine phase 5 is only confirmed when all three of the following conditions are met in a specific geographic area. Did any institutions have any institutions tasked with determining where famines have proliferated, characterized Gaza as a famine since 2023? Yes, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, the IPC, which we just cited, the primary international institution tasked with determining where famines occur, formally confirmed that famine was occurring in the Gaza Governorate in mid-2025. That was a year ago. The UN-backed monitoring body concluded that the three critical thresholds for famine, extreme food deprivation, acute malnutrition, and starvation-related deaths, have been breached in the region, according to the UN World Food Program. The IPC partnership and collaborating UN agencies have detailed the crisis as follows. The declaration: the IPC and its Famine Review Committee released an official analysis confirming that famine phase 5 was taking place in the Gaza Governorate. Following the confirmation, over 500,000 people across the Strip were reported to be facing catastrophic conditions characterized by widespread starvation and destitution. The IPC and UN agencies, including the World Health Organization and the World, I don't know what the WFP, does anybody know what that means? World something, characterized the famine as entirely man-made, primarily driven by the prolonged conflict, mass displacement, and severe obstructions to humanitarian aid access. Obviously, that severe obstruction is the Israeli blockade. Following temporary periods of improved humanitarian access and a reduction in conflict, the most extreme conditions eased, though a large percentage of the population remains highly vulnerable and in severe need. So how does that fit with his analysis, with Sam Harris's analysis that there is no famine, that we're just victims of mass propaganda from, I don't know, Qatari-backed proxies? He doesn't say. But how do you say all that when the foremost authority on famines classifies Gaza as an active famine? Make that make sense, Sam.
People are hungry. It means people are dying because they're malnourished, right? There's just so little food that you see children with bloated stomachs and you people wasting away due to caloric insufficiency, right? And nutritional insufficiency. That didn't happen in Gaza, right?
I mean, take it up with the UN. Take it up with the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification and the institution that's tasked with determining if that Integrated Food Security Phase Classification has reached Phase 5, which is exactly a famine.
Right? It's just, again, it's another blood libel, like genocide. Genocide didn't happen in Gaza. Genocide, the word has a meaning.
The word does. Let's look up the word genocide. Yes, genocide does have a meaning. Genocide, defined by the Genocide Convention. Let's see, what is their definition? The definition of genocide is legally outlined in Article 2 of the 1948 UN Genocide Convention. It's funny that the UN Genocide Convention was created the very year that Israel was shat into existence, as I like to say. It defines genocide as any committed act with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. So, with that being said, Sam Harris, what if this is not a genocide? What we're seeing right here from Gaza. If this isn't the intentional destruction in whole or in part of an entire civilization, what do we call it, Sam? What should we call that? Should we just call that mass murder with artificial starvation, artificial man-made starvation? I mean, what would be a better term for it then, Sam? That's what he's defending, right? That's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. It's just that the destruction of Gaza can be seen from space, and their population just miraculously decreased by 1 million almost. At least that was in 2025. It's probably way worse, obviously now. It's still going on. I don't know. What do you call that? Let's see the rest of this clip.
And it's another blood libel, like genocide. Genocide didn't happen in Gaza. Genocide, the word has a meaning, right? So we're surrounded by liars and hysterics and ideologues and people who are willingly bamboozled by genuinely sinister movements and organizations. I mean,
can you name one of these organizations that was disseminating this sinister propaganda, Sam?
The role that the IRGC and the Muslim Brotherhood, this was a war that was largely fought on social media. And Israel lost it, absolutely lost it on social media.
Yeah, despite having the truth on their side, right? And all the means to disseminate that truth, they still lost. Pity. I don't know. maybe cry about it? Look, Israel Exposed says, you people are disgusting. What do you call this? Sam Harris is a disease. Zionist in English accusing Israel of starving Palestinians is a dangerous medieval blood libel. Zionist in Hebrew. Starve! The baby, the first grader, the pregnant woman in Gaza is our enemy.
תמשיכו לרעוב, תמשיכו למות, הבתים שלכם ימשיכו להישרף. תינוק שם הוא אויב, כיתה באלף הוא אויב, אישה בהיריון הוא אויב. אז אין סימטריה, והילדים בעזה הביאו על עצמם את זה. לא נותרת אבן על אבן בעזה, עזה הופכת לדרזדן. עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים. תמשיכו לרעוב, תמשיכו.
A Haaretz poll published last week showed that 82% of Israelis supported forced expulsion of Palestinians. 65% of Israelis supported a modern-day enactment of Amalek. This means killing every man, woman, child, and even animal. 56% supported expulsion of Israeli Arabs. This is not a Netanyahu problem. This is an Israel problem. It's so expected from a piece of shit like you. Over 100 humanitarian and international organizations issued a joint statement accusing Israel of deliberately blocking food aid, not Hamas stealing it. The UN's IPC released its first ever famine report, which we just discussed, in the Middle East. These aren't random groups. They conduct detailed investigations before issuing such conclusions. Anyone who denies that children are being intentionally starved is a terrorist. You are a terrorist. You want more children to die. That's why you deny the famine. You haven't been there, you know nothing, and you don't give a fuck that people are being shot while trying to get food. What else do you call someone who wants more innocent people dead but a terrorist? You take pleasure in watching them starve, don't you, you son of a bitch? There are no innocent Zionists. America is a Jewish apartheid state. There was no famine in Gaza. Jews increasingly pressed about having to lie in the bed they made. Hey Sam, fuck you. Over 500,000 people were assessed as being in IPC Phase 5 catastrophic famine as of August 25. See, I went through the whole researching. I should have just gone to the comments. They tell it all. Comment section wins yet again. An additional 1.07 million people, 54% of Gaza's population, were in IPC Phase 4, which is an emergency. 132,000 children under age 5 were projected at risk of death from malnutrition by mid-2026. That would be right now. So another 132,000 children are dead or are dying right now because of the famine. And this ghoul says there is no famine. A literal genocide denier. 18,741 children have been hospitalized for acute malnutrition since the beginning of 25. At least 66 children had died as a direct result of malnutrition-related conditions since October 23. I'm sure that number is grossly underestimated. A peer-reviewed study of 1,200 Gaza households found that 98% experienced severe food insecurity. Famine conditions were confirmed to have spread to Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis governorates by late 25. That 3,000 calories per person per day we're entering Gaza is a commonly cited Israeli government talking point. So you remember when I said, what's your source? Oh, it would be the IDF. That has been widely criticized. The figure refers to calories entering at crossing points, not actually reaching individuals. Documented destruction of distribution infrastructure, active conflict disrupting supply chains, and restrictions on movement meant that food entering the territory did not translate into food reaching civilians. A distinction the IPC analysis explicitly accounted for in its methodology. You motherfuckers should be ashamed of yourselves. And you see how quickly a lie can be disseminated and how much time it takes to debunk that lie.
Everybody right now to breathe. I want you to breathe in and out. Start from your breath and start from your breathing. What we need to do is indiscriminately bomb women and children. We need to indiscriminately bomb women and children right.
It's not that Israel kills children. It's the fact that the media reports Israel killing children in a negative light. And that's really what this is about. You really have to understand context. Hi, I'm Israel. You may remember me from such lies as 40 beheaded babies or that hospital was totally a Hamas stronghold. Gaza went more than 80 consecutive days without a single aid delivery. That's from 2025. Israel says it will allow basic aid into Gaza after nearly 3 months of a blockade. Yeah, there was no famine, but somehow the flour massacre happened. Yeah, remember the flour massacre? Occurred in the Gaza Strip on the 29th of February, 2024. At least 118 Palestinians were killed. 760 were injured after Israeli forces opened fire while the Palestinians were seeking food from aid trucks on a coastal street in Gaza City. I'm sure if the Palestinians weren't starving, there would have been thousands of them desperately trying to get their hands on flour that was delivered as aid when 118 of them were massacred by Zionists. Little strikers like Sam Harris are doing genocide denial for a genocide we literally fucking watched. They should receive the same treatment as Julius Streicher. Julius Streicher is who now? Sounds like a Nazi. German publicist, politician. He was convicted of crimes against humanity and subject to hanging. There you go, our philosophical quote of the day from Yasser Arafat. Men will commit atrocities as long as they believe absurdities, and that was Voltaire. Yeah, and the absurdity is that the Palestinians are subhuman animals. That's what it takes. You have to dehumanize your victims to justify what you're doing, right? That is necessary so that you can sleep soundly at night and feel like you're the good guy. Look at this. I was shocked to see this clip out of Albania. This is the fourth night of protests in Albania against the Kushner-Trump mega project. This is serious. Look at this. I wonder if Kushner is watching this shit unfold. Like, does he even, is he just have his head so far up his ass he has no idea what's going on? I find that hard to believe. Seems like it's getting worse over there. The Trumps and the Rothschilds are trying to set up a new Epstein Island in Albania. More protests in Chile. Chile, Albania, Italy, Venezuela, South Africa, Belgrade, Greece, Cyprus. It's all the same story. Chile is protesting President Jose Cast, who is a neoliberal instituting austerity in the country, a la Augusto Pinochet, or reminiscing Augusto Pinochet and his regime. PNN says we need this everywhere. Activists attempted to erect a statue of Marwan Barghouti in London's Parliament Square on June 3rd before police intervened and stopped the installation. Barghouti, a prominent Palestinian political figure, has been imprisoned by Israel since 2002. Footage of the bombing of a supermarket in Lebanon. Israel is a terrorist state, says Jackson Hinkle. But did you see all those terrorists in there before? That's why they need to do that. See? It's obviously a Hezbollah stronghold. That was June 2nd. This is what's really happening in Israel. Israeli soldier Yarden Megira confessed to ordering his unit to bomb a building containing a Palestinian family, then staying to listen to them scream as they burned alive, which he described as very fun.
אני ראיתי את המשפחה הזאת, לקחתי את הלוויסט שלי, אמרתי לו בוא רגע, שומע, אתה רואה את החלון הזה? אתה נותן לשם את הלאו.
I mean, they just don't hear themselves, do they? They just...
משפחה, עניינים. אמרתי לו, על הזין
They
שלי.
have the tiny hat on that gives them all the strength to not self-reflect.
שרוף את כולם. ואני הפקודה. לחימה של החיים, אחי. יורים עלינו כדורים כמו לא יודע מה. ואני עומד בהכי קור רוח שיש, אבל. אני אומר לו, רד קריאה.
I think it's important to remember that Israel is not a country committing a genocide. Israel is a genocide, pretending that it's a country. All right, Adams reporting totalitarian AI. Palantir now runs the England and Wales National Firearms Database. Palantir is now keeping track of every gun owner and influencing who can get one. I mean, when you have no right to legitimate power, you have to do all this meddling behind the scenes to be controlling of people. It's very clear why they've done this. Palantir has now inserted itself into the police, closed-circuit TV, communications, government, healthcare, military, all to be connected by AI, bringing pre-crime to life and creating one massive control grid powered by data centers that use more energy than entire countries. It's like, as this shit goes on, the more I realize The Matrix was a documentary. Yemen is celebrating Eid al-Kabir. Inshallah alhamdulillah, habibi. Oh man, I butchered that. Please forgive me, my Muslim friends. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem says, "Oh yeah, we've seen that." All right, so there's all the reposts as of late. Look at this. Everything is better with Trump. Under Biden, the Lincoln reflecting pool had some algae in it. But now Trump has saved the day. I'm glad that in addition to the ballroom, we also have a respectable pool that's bigger than any skyscraper in the world. Thank you, MAGA, making America great again. One reflective pool and ballroom at a time. Now you can see, like, on my For You page, whenever I refresh, it's a mixture of, like, accounts that I follow and then just Zionists. You know, like this guy. I am a Zionist. Many people out there don't seem to understand what a Zionist is and what it isn't. So here you go. Oh, he's gonna teach us. He says, I believe in the existence of a Jewish homeland. All right, well then you can face the wall. Off to the gulag you go. Israel in the land of Judea where it currently is. As a Zionist, I do not automatically agree with or support everything the country does. Well, then you're anti-Semitic. Are you really a Zionist then? You're not Zionizing too hard then, are you? Rich Toronto. Obviously, Toronto is a ancient Muslim Arabic surname. As a Zionist, he says, I am free to criticize policies and governments of Israel just the same as I am to criticize the Canadian government or the American government or any other government. You don't sound like a Zionist. I can believe that the Israelis who spit on Christians should be charged, and I do. I can believe that the violence in Judea and Samaria needs to be stopped, and I do. I can believe that every single Israeli, regardless of religion, who commits rape should be tried and should face the harshest punishments, and I do. I love how he's like, I'm a proud Zionist, but also I condemn all of the things that Zionists do on a regular basis with institutional backing. It's like, read the room. Most of the post is dedicated to, like, I am disavowing of the Zionist crimes, of course, but I'm a proud Zionist. But let me spend most of this post talking about how I condemn the Zionist crimes. Is there anything good about Zionism? I mean, what are we doing here? He says, I can believe that every single war crime committed by an Israeli should be prosecuted, and I do. I can believe that Israel should be held to the same standards of every other nation. Well, if that's the case, if you really believe that Israel should be held to the same standards of every other nation, then you agree that Israel should not exist, because nations that commit genocide are legally mandated to have their statehood revoked. Hello? The only things I don't do because I'm a Zionist, he says, call for the destruction of the only Jewish nation in the world. I didn't realize that the Jews were entitled to their own nation state. That's news to me. Hold them to a far higher standard than everyone else just because they're Jewish. Spread false propaganda about them just because they're Jewish. It's just because they're Jewish, right? The one and only Jewish state is carrying out a Jewish genocide of Palestinians, but we can't talk about that because then that's just Jew hatred. Sounds like a big fucking cope to me, bucko. Columns of smoke are rising from the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Doha, and it appears that the United States and Iran are going blow for blow. See if Al Jazeera is reporting on this.
Throughout the United States as well. All of this is, again, potential, but it certainly complicates things for organizers, but also for fans that just want to simply take part in the football festivities here in the United States and elsewhere.
It's Gabriel Elizondo there in New Jersey. Thanks very much indeed. Let's come back to the security element we were talking about. We just heard moments before we came on air that the White House has banned 15 members of Iran's technical and executive element of their team. We don't understand clearly yet what the reasons for that are, but we do know, of course, Marco Rubio was saying earlier on that if there was an affiliation with the Revolutionary Guard, Iran Revolutionary Guard, then they would definitely not be coming in. Having said that, it kind of leaves the administration open to the criticism that, yes, you're allowed to, of course, maintain your own security, but at the same time, you're doing this to a country that you're at war with in a competition, and the chances are that may well affect the way that they perform in the field.
Let's jump into this podcast. Our good friends Suleiman and Anthony Aguilar are chatting it up.
Guys, obviously we continue to give you the breaking news. The latest news at the moment is that Iran has fired strikes towards Kuwait and Bahrain. This is in retaliation to the strikes on a number of islands in Iran, Qasem, Sarik, as an example. Guruk is the other one that was also hit. Telecommunications were hit. Apparently, in Sarik, a naval base was hit with 4 casualties. 4 people, unfortunately, passed from that strike. Iran responded with the attacks on Kuwait and Bahrain. In terms of the volume of missiles and drones that have been used, I'm hearing that there are a lot more. But we're going to speak about all of these things with Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's good to see you again today.
Yeah,
obviously a lot still happening.
Most definitely, and that's why we're going to continue giving the news as and when we receive it. And then just on that, let me just quickly read some breaking news that came out. It's a statement by the Iran, and they said the following.
That would be amazing.
It's a bit of a long one, but for both audiences.
Can they even participate in the World Cup? Obviously, the one country that should be banned is Israel.
They said the following. They said, at 1:30 this morning, 4 offending oil tankers incited and directed by the U.S. aggressor army without coordination and without paying attention to the prescribed warnings of the IRGC Navy attempted to illegally exit the Strait of Hormuz. After the warning, one of the tankers were targeted and stopped, and the other offending vessels turned back. Following this incident, at 2 o'clock, American drones hit a telecommunication port in Keshem and a port in Sarik with 2 projectiles. In response to the aggression of the child-killing U.S. Army, 2 U.S. air bases in Kuwait, named Ali Al Salim, and the remaining important facilities in the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet in Bahrain were immediately targeted by ballistic missiles from the IRGC Aerospace Force. We warned the aggressors and the enemy that if these evils are repeated, a limited response will not suffice. You will be responsible for the consequences of the complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz to export all oil and gas. So they're not mentioning the attack on the naval base in Sarik, nor the possible casualties that occurred. And again, those are possible. What's your thoughts, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, since you've left? There has been these strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait.
So the continuation of strikes on Bahrain specifically is to continue to reduce or degrade. In Bahrain, in Manama is where, or just outside of it, is where the 5th U.S. Fleet headquarters is. So in one aspect, the attacks on Bahrain, there are radar capabilities, there are reconnaissance capabilities, but then you also have the command and control, or the mission command, of the naval forces that are operating
Hot
in
dog,
the
can you
region.
stop saying that I farted? I never fart. I never farted. Why? This is fake news, dude. I really don't like when y'all do that.
In the Gulf of Oman, attempting to flex.
That was my
into
chair.
The Strait of
I
Hormuz.
was repositioning
The command and
myself.
control for that, the brain housing for that, is in Bahrain. So, in terms of the belligerence of this war, does that make that a legitimate, viable, appropriate, pragmatic target? Yes, it does. Remember, we aren't in a ceasefire. There are no negotiations.
Oh, hell no.
Iran has said clearly, there are no more negotiations. They're suspended until you bring something to the table that's worth negotiating. Because the U.S. has not negotiated. We've demanded. We haven't negotiated yet. So Iran has suspended that. So there's no negotiations. There's no peace talks happening. And Iran has also made it very clear to the last responses in the rhetoric of Donald Trump about these love taps, or about small, this was just a small event. Iran has said no more. Any type of threat will be responded to in terms of how we see fit, what we think we need to do. And if these love taps keep coming, well, then you got to stop it. One way is to take out the command, the eyes and ears of the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. So Bahrain's a target.
Let's go.
And in Kuwait, what we have specifically in Kuwait, we have multiple bases. We have Camp Arif John. We have Ali Al Salim Air Base. And both at Camp Arif John, which serves as a major logistics hub for all those things coming in to sustain military operations, that alone makes it a legitimate target. And then when you look at Ali Al Salim Air Base, that's run by the U.S. Air Force, that is an operational hub. That's not logistics. That's not just troops hanging out waiting for the war to kick off. That is an operational hub. And in both of those locations, the U.S. armed forces, closely working with Kuwaiti armed forces, merged and meshed, synchronized, integrated, is the systems, the Patriot missile systems, the radars for that, the MPQ-64 Sentinel air defense radar systems, those are all there. And it's very likely that if the United States has deployed forward, and I saw today yet another story on the Dark Eagle that's now in the region, and we do know that officially the Central Command commander requested it last week, that the Dark Eagle in theater, if it is
finally,
would most likely be and looking at it from a perspective of where would you put it, you would put it in Kuwait, because you have the air defense systems, you have the radar systems. This missile, no matter how good it is and how fast it can fly or how operationally capable it is, has to have radar to direct it. You have to defend it. And it can't be launched again. It can't be launched from an aircraft. It can't be launched from a submarine. It can't be launched from a jet. It can't be launched from a boat. It can only be launched from the Erector system, which has been modified to be able to fire from the Erector of the Patriot system. So where else would that be? I think that if this thing's in theater, it's in Kuwait. So why does Iran keep responding specifically to Bahrain and a lot towards Kuwait? Because you have an imminent threat sitting in Kuwait, operationally, logistically, and if this Dark Eagle is now there. And in Bahrain, you have a legitimate threat and a legitimate military target through the command and control structure of Navy Central's Fifth Fleet. So both of those are legitimate targets. And Iran is responding exactly as they said that they would. It should not come as a surprise to anybody. And I think the administration knows that, why they're continuing to poke. So it comes to a point where the United States come Monday can say, it's back on, but it's not our fault.
That makes sense. Now, another question I've got for you, and guys, if you're on the X space, the tweet is in the nest. Do come across that. We will be continuing this on the YouTube channel. So if you're on the X space, click on the tweet in the nest and come across to the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, make sure you like this video. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Both of us are in here late to be able to give you the news. Now, the question is this. One thing Iran said was that the strike will be 1.5 times greater every time the US strikes.
That's true.
Now, this current strike doesn't seem to be 1.5 times greater if the report about Sarik naval base being hit is correct. If so, what do you think happens next? Do you think there's going to be a second wave of attacks?
By automatic response, no. Depending on what was struck and what was targeted, would then indicate to Iran what the U.S. is up to in its strikes against Iraq. Because remember, there is where the 2nd Naval Division of the IRGC is located. So if you look at the areas of responsibility that have been carved out for both the Iranian Republic Navy, the IRN, that is the Gulf of Oman. And then if you look at the area of responsibility for the IRGC Navy, that is the Persian Gulf. And then when you look at they have shared responsibility, both the IRN and the IRGC is the Strait of Hormuz and that underlying territory on both ends of it coming out of the Persian Gulf into the Gulf of Oman. So Sarik base is where there's headquarters for both. There's IRGC Navy and there's IRIN Navy. And when you look at why the United States is striking it, simply striking it to destroy capability, okay. But I think that Iran is going to respond. I think it is separate from the strikes that are being conducted against Kuwait and against Bahrain. I think those are being primarily directed by and done by the IRGC, because that is their AOR. I think that once the IRIN figures out what they're going to do, probably with a lot of prompting by the IRGC headquarters, we'll begin to look at targets in the Gulf of Oman, in the Arabian Sea, perhaps from Jask or other areas, to strike in a separate response. So I think there's two different response options going on right now, exercised by two different components of the overall Israeli apparatus. You have the IRGCN and you have the IRIN. And so those responses will be different. So I do think we'll see responses in the south, in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz.
Now, one of the things is, in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, there is a large number of tankers that are stuck there. And Larry Johnson mentioned earlier that he believes that there's about 250 to 300 Israeli tankers, Israeli-US tankers. Actually, I can't remember if he said Israeli or Israeli-US, but anyway. So it seems to suggest that how this issue started was that they were attempting to get 4 of those tankers secretly out. And that's when they were stopped. I mean, why try that before a deal occurs? Because you're just going to get caught and it's going to cause this kind of escalation.
Israel and the United States have no intention of a negotiation or a peaceful settlement or a deal. And this is yet another means of escalation. And if I were Iran, as a way to then say, okay, we control the strait. We still control the strait. We can let things in, we can let things out, or we cannot. And we specifically told you, US and Israel, no. And you tried it, and you got hit. If I were Iran, what I would do, I would take out the entire fleet of tankers sitting there that are flagged US or Israeli. All of them.
If they strike, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that would actually be an easier target, right? And that would be more of a risk. That would basically be the biggest deterrent.
It's obviously doable. It's within their reach. They can do it. The fact that they haven't done it already shows me, and for anybody to think that, well, they haven't thought of it, or, you know, the Iranian command structure is destroyed. No, it's not. The regime is still intact. The IRGC is still intact. The IRGCN is still intact and operating. You know, and a lot of people forget when Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth said that the Iranian Navy is laying at the bottom of the ocean. Well, maybe a part of it, but you know, the Iran also boasts a pretty extensive naval force in the Caspian Sea, and then people say, "Oh, so what?" Well, what's connected to the Caspian Sea? Russia, and what can get things through the Caspian Sea directly into Iran? Tehran's only a stone's throw away from the Caspian Sea. So if you think about things that can come in, oh yeah. And Iran maintains a robust naval logistics and naval operational capability on the Caspian Sea. So we see that coming in and out. That's a potential. The Iranian Navy isn't sitting at the bottom of the ocean. Part of the IRGCN and part of the IRIN certainly are destroyed in vicinity of the Persian Gulf. But to say that the entire Navy is sitting at the bottom of the ocean, well, then Pete Hegseth doesn't understand the Iranian Navy. To say that the Iranian Air Force is all destroyed, that's not true. So does Iran still have punch? They absolutely do. And looking at this insistence where Israel and the United States want to continue to poke and provoke and evoke response from Iran, specifically regarding the Strait of Hormuz. Send a couple tankers through. Let's see what happens. Knowing that Iran has already said we are in control is simply provocation, escalation. And again, if I were Iran, I'd put an end to that question by taking out every Israel-US tanker sitting on the Persian Gulf side of the Strait of Hormuz waiting to go through. I'd say, you're a belligerent in a war. It's very clear that those resources are going to be used for the war machine, and it's a legitimate target. And I would take it all out.
That makes sense.
Because there's also no doubt that Israel, the Israeli flagged vessels also have other things on there.
Highly
They're
likely.
known for trafficking weapons and arms.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. I guess the concern is, as you indicated, that it may cause like a global manipulation to try and make it look like that these are that they're extreme or that they're terrorists or this type of thing in order to isolate them. And they have kind of navigated that issue quite well in terms of taking the global viewpoint and perspective.
I'm not zoning out, hot dog. I'm trying to find more things to update you with, okay? And you're supposed to be paying attention, which you're not doing. You're just getting confused. You're getting confounded by my actions. But you should be listening, educating yourself, okay? But you're a little shit and you won't do that. And that's why I have to develop a deep and loving relationship with your mother so that we can eventually help you in your quest to not be a shithead anymore. Here are some new reposts, by the way. This is from Elon Mitzrahi. Look at his left hand, he says. His left hand movement in the first 15 seconds of the video. This is what they're doing to you. And this is, I forgot this. This guy is the head of the Anti-Defamation League. He's the worst. I think his name's like Rosenblatt or something. American citizens who criticize Jews or Israel will now be monitored by the FBI. We will monitor social media and check your bank accounts. I have 40 analysts working 24/7, 7 days a week. I think this is an old clip, but what is he trying to say with the first 15 seconds here?
So number one, we measure and track. Number two, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working full-time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, monitoring extremists. We monitor them online, social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency, podcasts, short-form video, Wikipedia, LLMs. We monitor these people and we share the
But don't say that the Jews control the media because that's anti-Semitic.
Intelligence with the FBI. You saw last month, you heard about the thing that happened at Wilshire Boulevard Temple. Our analysts investigated what happened. They said they were Koreatown for Palestine, this group of people. They weren't.
No.
We were able to ascertain they were from a group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front.
Oh my God.
Turtle Island.
Not a decolonization
is how, like, left-wing
organization.
activists refer to the United States. They don't call it America. They call it Turtle Island, like the Iranians call it Iran.
Sort of like how the Jews call the West Bank Judea and Samaria. I mean, it's actually the opposite because the West Bank is its indigenous name and Judea and Samaria is the colonizing name. But I mean, you trying to pearl clutch about a name change?
Iranians call it
That's
the
ironic.
Zionist entity, right? They only call it by its name. The Turtle Island Liberation Front, we gave them a whole dossier. What is Turtle Island Liberation Front? What are their ideas, their goals? Who are they? We identified the people who were in the synagogue. This was on Wednesday, December the 10th. On Monday, December the 15th. This is going to ring a bell. Kash Patel announced they cracked a terror ring where they arrested 4 people who were planning New Year's Eve bombings. Turtle Island Liberation Front. At least one of the people I know for certain was in the building at Wilshire Boulevard Temple, vandalizing it and disrupting the event.
So I guess Elon was just saying that, like, when he was doing the left hand, like, that's symbolically, metaphorically what the Jewish Zionist lobby is doing to all of us. All right, here's Kiriakou, John Kiriakou, former CIA analyst, CIA banned from spying on Israel. Kiriakou says, no, that's written in stone at the CIA. Theo says, why can't we spy on them? Kiriakou says, it's a political decision that's been made in the White House.
The Israelis spy on the United States. They've always spied on the United States.
Do we spy on them also?
No. And that's written in stone at the CIA. We do not spy on Israel. But they
no politique here, no politique.
Openly spy on us. They're all over the country stealing defense secrets.
Do we spy on other countries?
Yeah, we spy on almost every.
Why can't we spy on them?
It's a political decision that's been made.
They're the Jews.
A political decision.
Nobody spy
in
on the
White
Jews.
House, on
Only
Capitol
the
Hill.
Jews spy on everybody.
The Israelis spy on the United States. They've always.
That's interesting that was shared because, let's see if I can find it. We're going to get to all this, but wait, where was this? There was a report about that very thing, apparently from NBC. I just saw it. It's from Bricks News. Here it is. It says, U.S. has raised the threat of Israeli spying on the United States to the highest level, according to the NBC. But, you know, once again, this gets shared, but there's no link to any article. So let's see if we can find what exactly they're talking about. Okay, this is real. This is being reported by the NBC. It says, Pentagon raised threat of Israeli spying on U.S. to highest level. The counterintelligence threat level was raised by the Defense Intelligence Agency. It's just crazy, right? Because we just passed into law this National Defense Act that fuses the Israeli military with the U.S. military. And now we're saying, well, now the Pentagon is saying that we're being spied on. It's the highest level it's been. I guess we're at threat level midnight, folks. So the counterintelligence threat level was raised by the Defense Intelligence Agency in recent weeks after growing concerns that Israeli espionage had become more aggressive than usual. You sure they didn't? Isn't that not a typo? Don't they mean Iran or China? The Pentagon is increasingly concerned about Israel ramping up its spying on the United States, recently raising the counterintelligence threat level from America's top ally in the Middle East to the highest level. According to 2 U.S. officials and 1 former U.S. official, the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency in recent weeks issued the new counterintelligence threat assessment amid rising tensions between Israel and the U.S. over the way forward in the war with Iran, the officials said. They said the DIA posted an internal message viewed by one of the current officials that raised the level for Israel to critical. Sounds very anti-Semitic. The designation stems from concerns within the Pentagon that Israel is making a particular effort to surveil top U.S. officials to get information on the Trump admin's internal deliberations and decision-making on the conflicts in the Middle East, the officials said. The DIA assessment includes a 7-page document and features a chart, according to one of the current U.S. officials. The document says the assessment of Israel is that its ability to conduct human espionage and technical collection is at a critical level, according to the official. It also identifies a series of specific incidents that heightened U.S. concerns, the official said. A spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. said in a statement that it is completely false that Israel spies on the United States. The Israeli embassy said they're not doing that, so I'm good. Israel does not gather intelligence on American entities, let alone U.S. government officials, says the spokesperson for the Israeli embassy. Israel intelligence collection efforts are aimed at its enemies, not its allies. Any claims to the contrary are either misinformed or politically motivated. So you calling the Pentagon a liar? Is that what you're doing? The Pentagon, on the other hand, declined to comment. A White House official said in a statement, this entire story is false and sourced to someone who doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which oversees all the U.S. intelligence agencies, including the DIA, did not respond to a request for comment. I mean, if it wasn't true, just say it's false. Why not? Why the secrecy? Why the silence? While it is commonplace for allies and adversaries across the globe to spy on each other, the current and former U.S. official said Israel's recent efforts have gone well beyond what is typical and expected espionage. It's like we're used to them spying on us, but this is crossing all kinds of red lines. The officials did not know if a specific incident triggered the DIA's decision to raise the counterintelligence threat level. The heightened alert comes as President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have clashed over the war with Iran and Israel's military operations in Lebanon. including an intense phone call this past week. Trump acknowledged afterward to reporters that he called Netanyahu crazy during the call as questions mount about whether the two countries' objectives in the Middle East are beginning to significantly diverge. Since a ceasefire went into place in early April, Trump has been pursuing a diplomatic deal with Iran to end the war Israel and the U.S. launched on February 28. Israel has publicly expressed skepticism that Iran would abide by any negotiated deal. They always quote Israel, right? They never quote Iran. Netanyahu has pushed for a resumption of bombing raids against Iran and disagreed with Trump, who has pressed him to scale back attacks against Hezbollah in Lebanon, according to Western officials. Israel is keenly interested in whether Trump decides to resume major combat operations against Iran or to end the conflict, the current and former U.S. officials and outside experts said. The most practical outcome for the Pentagon is that U.S. officials will use extra caution when traveling to Israel or visiting with Israeli officials, the current and former U.S. officials said. They said there did not appear to be any impact on the high-level intelligence sharing that occurs on a daily basis between the two countries, particularly associated with the war in Iran. The U.S. already takes extra precautions when visiting Israel, one of the current U.S. officials said. They're well known to aggressively collect. The U.S., like other countries, maintain elaborate counterintelligence or spy catcher efforts to prevent and track espionage by foreign adversaries, as well as by allies and partners seeking to safeguard state secrets and monitor attempts to recruit or coerce U.S. officials. Under U.S. law, the FBI has the leading role in counterintelligence efforts, but they also involve a range of government agencies and the military. According to current and former diplomats and former national security officials, Israel for years has had a reputation for aggressive espionage, even against the U.S. It's a practice that has long raised concerns among national security and diplomatic officials. U.S. intelligence officials closely monitor the issue, according to experts. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's NBC, so they're not going to frame this in the correct light. Let's move on. Rabbi Pupu says that studies show that 100% of countries that don't fire rockets or missiles on Israeli civilians are never attacked by Israel. Tell that to the USS Liberty, says Ian Carroll. Very good. Ratioed. Boom. Roasted. Spit roasted, I might add. Rabbi Poo-Poo responds, says that is that the ship that didn't receive the U.S. Navy orders to remain at least 100 nautical miles from the war zone coastline? I would speak to the person who did not get the message to them. It's funny because they always pivot, but I thought the real reason was because they mistook the ship for its enemies, for one of its enemies. But as we know, U.S. Navy ships are unlike any other ship in the world. They all look a certain way, and the IDF would have certainly known that that was a United States ship. So it doesn't give you the right to attack your own ally, but go off, I guess. We should troll Rabbi Poo-Poo. Rabbi Poo-Poo, he loved to slang dookie on this app. Mary Rothbard says the Iranian Navy, which has been destroyed 8 times, has apparently closed the Strait of Hormuz again because the United States, for the 7th time, won the war that wasn't a war. So now the U.S. has to open the Strait of Hormuz that was already open before the not war began. If you can wrap your head around that logic. The not war began because Iran had uranium that was totally, completely, beautifully obliterated. So they can't build the nuclear bomb they weren't building, which is why the United States had to start the not war it definitely didn't start. This is good. Now the United States, which has nuclear weapons, is threatening to use nuclear weapons to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons because nuclear weapons are far too dangerous for countries with nuclear weapons to allow other countries to have. If the United States saw the United States doing what the United States does in other countries, the United States would invade the United States to liberate the United States from the tyranny of the United States. Damn, that fucking post went hard. I know because I'm rock hard right now. Sorry. All right, let's go and look at some more slop for you. Johnny UTD says Albania is a template for the rest of the world. Full solidarity with Albanians. I agree. Richard Medhurst says, do people think Israelis fall out of the sky? They are Americans. They are from Germany, Russia, the UK, France. It's a Western colony. Founded... Here, wait, let me blow that up so you guys can actually read some of this. It's a Western colony, founded, armed, and supported by the West, and made up of Westerners. It's pretty succinct. Here, Hezbollah released a video titled, Northern Israel Will Not Be Safe, God willing. Inshallah, Habibi. It's a lot of edits. Yo! Yo, yo, yo. I'm pumped. True Promise 5 win. I would have thought it happened by now. To the residents of northern Israel, well, hold on to your diapies. I think it's time to flee the promised land. Holy crap, a Jewish rabbi just attacked someone wandering outside of a synagogue area and threatened to murder him. He says, "You will never be a Jew." Thank God.
Sir, hey! I know him.
Yeah!
Relax.
I know Fuck him. You! Never! Ever!
Guys.
Put your fucking face to me! Never!
Guys.
I ain't gonna fuck!
Sir!
Get the fuck away from me!
Oh my God.
Get the fuck away from me!
Sir!
You'll never be a Jew! Never!
Oh my God, he's drunk, ladies and gentlemen.
Never!
He's had a little bit too much Manischewitz wine there, Shlomo. Let's get you some warm milk and let's get you home, Grandpa.
Is everything okay?
He's fine. He's fine. We're put to death.
Put to death?
Because he's a fucker. Never. Where the fuck do you think you are? Do not come to me against me. Never come to me. Never.
God's chosen people, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's there tonight? Your mom. I know you're a fuck.
Gentlemen,
bro.
It's the comical way he says "fuck." He's like, out. He's short breath. He's panting. He's obviously out of shape. He's punching above his weight, literally.
He's fine.
It's not worth it.
I will kill him.
No.
I will kill him.
No.
I will kill him. You'll never be a Jew. Never.
Never be a what?
Never.
Don't worry about it. He's just drunk.
Never.
He's just drunk. Yeah, he's
Never.
drunk.
You understand?
Sir, you need your hat.
Fuck this fuck.
Sir, pick
need
up
to
your
put the
tiny
hat
big
back.
hat there.
Come
Here,
on.
take your
Come
fucking
on.
hat.
I will kill you. Take your hat on. Don't take it.
Yeah,
Don't take
get your hat.
Well,
Push him down. Come on.
Okay.
He deserves the garden.
Then I walk. Then I walk.
Put his face in the
Then I
soil.
walk. I need blood all my shirt. Then I shit.
He's like, I don't give a shit.
Now get
Fucking A.
Jew.
He said, "Fuck you, Jew."
Fucking Jew. No, you fucking.
Wow.
Never. Get the fuck away from the Jewish religion. You'll never be a Jew. Never. Never.
If being a Jew is this, I mean, you can have it, sir.
Unless you want to. You'll
You're setting a great example for Jews.
be a fucking Jew. Never. You're shit.
How are you not embarrassed? I can't believe that's a real clip. Never. He's got the largest tiny hat I've ever seen. Thing's 3-dimensional. It's not like one of those little bra pads, you know. It's like a Roman Colosseum of a hat. Wonder how many inbred hobbits you could fit inside of the hat. Okay, well that was fun. Here is the Iranian statement on the strike that they just conducted. General IRGC Public Relations says that at 1:30 this morning, 4 offending oil tankers, incited and directed by the U.S. aggressor army, without coordination and without paying attention to the prescribed warnings of the IRGC Navy, attempted to illegally exit the Strait of Hormuz. After the warning, one of the oil tankers was targeted and stopped, and the other offending vessels turned back. This is quite a declaration when you consider that Donald Trump has told us that the Iranian Navy has been completely obliterated. They're obliviated and obliterated, but they're still stopping ships and controlling the Hormuz. Following this incident at 2 p.m., American drones hit a telecommunications port in Keshem and a port in Sirik with 2 projectiles. Now, where is Sirik? Does anybody know where Sirik is? Is that an island? Let's see, Sirik, Iran. Put it on the map. This doesn't tell us. It thinks I'm asking for Syria. No, that's not what. No, not Syria. You son of a bitch. That's crazy. They auto-correct me. Oh, Syria and Iran are separated by Iraq and do not share a... So I don't think they understand what I'm trying to say. I can't even find Sirik on the map. Does anybody know where that is? In response to the aggression of the child-killing U.S. Army, 2 U.S. air bases in Kuwait named Ali al-Salem and the remaining important facilities in the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain were immediately targeted by ballistic missiles from the IRGC Aerospace Force. We warn the aggressor and child-killing enemy that if these evils are repeated, a limited response will not suffice. You will be responsible for the consequences of the complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz to the export of oil and gas. I mean, I hate to confront Iran on its rhetoric, but let's get this show on the road. Haven't they been saying this for quite some time? They already said we're going to hit back 1.5x as hard. Let's do it. In a video game, in Minecraft, in Call of Duty, which is a game that is not real, but a simulation, and that's what I'm talking about here. Abir says, y'all need to check this out. The Albania situation is getting more intense by the day. Apparently, Saudis entered the chat. This is top-tier reporting. Let's take a look.
Kushner is not buying that island in Albania to turn it into a luxury resort. The story that they've put out is that this is a luxury resort project backed
I wouldn't be surprised if, when they were trying to concoct this plan to colonize the island in Albania known as Cezanne, I think it's called. I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, look, Ivanka, you're going to have to present this to the public. You're going to have to gift wrap this for the plebes, for the peasants, for the goyim. Let them know that, you were just happened to be swimming in the Mediterranean. You happened upon this beautiful island, and that's really what it's about. And we're just trying to build a resort and a fun place for the Epstein class. But, really, The real reason is what she's about to explain to
by the
us.
Saudis and facilitated by the Albanian government. So this is the island here. Look what even Google Maps has labelled this as, firstly. But let's zoom out a bit.
Pristine coastline and military zone, it said.
That island is here, right there. It is at the exact point where the Adriatic Sea becomes the Ionian Sea, approximately 56 miles from Italy.
A little bit of a
single
choke
most
point.
important geographic fact to understand is that whoever controls this island, Strazan, controls the Strait of Otranado.
There
this
you go.
narrow choke point between
Nicely
Albania
done.
and Italy is the only maritime gateway between the Adriatic and the Mediterranean. Historically, every single navy that has ever wanted to dominate this area or control trade through it has had to occupy and fortify Sazan. This means a lot of the work is already done for them. There are 3,600 nuclear survivable bunkers on this island. There's also 10 miles of underground tunnels connecting command posts, ammunition stores, submarine pens and hideouts. There are Soviet submarine pens and deepwater anchorages already there, ready for use. All of this militarizing of the island, preparation for nuclear war, was done during the Hoxha regime. I will do a separate video about
Hoxha?
the Hoxha regime in Albania.
I love his
But here's the
music.
full chain of control. It passed from the Ottomans to the Italians to the Albanians to the Soviet Navy, back to the Albanians, and now suddenly it's going to a private American cartel. The through line here is that it has been a military garrison for the local navy. The exception at the end is that it's now being sold to Jared Kushner. Why is Europe allowing the Project 2025 guys to buy their own nuclear garrison in the middle of the Adriatic Sea?
Nuclear
well, we're
garrison.
not,
There you
because
go.
this was Albania yesterday. Shout out to anybody that was there, you absolute legends. It's not technically correct to say that it's Kushner and Ivana that are buying this island either. This is the Delaware Corporate Registry. This is the entity Atlantic Incubation Partners LLC. This is who's buying the island. That LLC is linked to Kushner's company Affinity Partners. And the CEO of Affinity Partners, Asher Abashira, is also listed as the chairman of Sazan Real Estate Development Company LLC. The legal home of Atlantic Incubation Partners is Delaware. It was formed on the 5th of April 2023, EN 9233299707. Kushner is the public face of this, but I'd like to introduce you to the rest of the Affinity Partners team.
Let's
You'll
do
get
it.
it here. Chad Mazel is Senior Legal Counsel for Affinity Partners. He served as Chief of Staff to the United States Justice Department in 2025. That's an immediate conflict of interest, and we're only at the first name. Nick Butterfield was the former Deputy White House Policy Coordinator from August 2019 to January 2021.
These are all State
under
Department
Donald Trump.
hacks.
Also, before that, he interned during George W. Bush's administration. When you search for Lauren Key, the first thing that comes up is the letter that the U.S. Finance Committee had to send her in this CFO role a year ago, saying specifically, I write seeking information relating to the recent revelation that 99% of the investment funds that you are managing is coming from the Saudi Arabian government. This is Chairman Wyden's letter to her, where he literally opens it saying, it is deeply concerning that several Middle Eastern governments are using funds managed by Affinity as a means to pay millions of dollars in fees to the president's son. When I search for the name John Rader, the first thing that comes up is his bio at the Hoover Institution that confirms he is also senior counselor at Palantir and was chief of staff to the U.S. Senator Bill Hagerty. He also spent 4
The
years
Hoover
in the White
Institution's
House.
a
The next
neoliberal
slide
think
is what
tank.
they call their global research and geoeconomics team. The first one, Major General Miguel Correa, is a retired Green Beret 2-star U.S. Army general. He was the Defense Attaché, which is the highest ranking member of the armed forces stationed in an overseas embassy. He was in Dubai. There, he coordinated a secret 2017 U.S. Special Forces rescue of a downed Emirati helicopter in Yemen. He saved a wounded Emirati royal and became the personal hero to the Crown Prince. He is credited with coining the name Abraham Accords. Charming. The next one is Kevin Hassett, head of global research. Another screaming conflict of interest. Hello? Is the US democracy just for decoration. He is currently the director of the White House National Economic Council, the most senior economic policy job in the building. He is also a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, a teacher at the Columbia Business School, and has research affiliation with NBER. So the man who is currently the architect of US economic policy is also the head of research at a fund that is 99% financed by Middle East countries. That is a live conflict of interest, an unresolved one that demands a disclosure check. But it's not my country, so somebody should put some pressure on. And then this one, Cale Klingenpeel, is the former chief economist at the America First Policy Institute. You know, the Trump-aligned policy shop? Now, they're partners. Asad Nayavi is also a partner at Apis Partners, a private equity fund, and Wolfenson Fund Management, another private equity
none of
fund
this is
that
surprising,
was founded by the previous World Bank
I'm thinking, like, as she's speaking about icebergs. It's like what you see on the surface is like 5% of what the entirety of the iceberg. It's mostly underwater. You're not going to know the true nature of it. And Jared Kushner's like the tip of the iceberg. He's the front-facing actor that's here to, tell the public what they're doing. But a lot of these, there's a whole infrastructure underneath. Lots of money, lots of nefarious characters.
President James Wolfenson. He's also ex-Lazard. It's weird how I read those positions as crimes, but he would probably hear them as a flattering compliment. But anyway, the pattern across his CV is the same machine, extracting fees from the poorest people on earth and dressing that up as inclusion. It's similar with the second one. Brett Perlman is also PE investment banking. I'd love these men to know that if I was sitting looking pretty in a bar with my girlfriends and they tried to send us drinks, I would spit in it and walk out. He was Blackstone's first ever undergraduate hire in 1989, rising to senior managing director. He then went on to co-found Elevation Partners, another private equity firm, a Silicon Valley one. Avi Berkowitz, also in the White House under the Trump administration. He worked on Trump's peace plan, the Gaza peace plan, and on the Abraham Accords. He was actually the lead White House negotiator on the Abraham Accords, the deal that...
Well, if you have a link to that,
Israel's
I'd love to
relations
see
with
it.
The UAE. And then Tom Storch, according to the Atlantic Council, is a distinguished fellow in the project for the Middle East integration. Also, the deputy director of the National Economic Council, the deputy assistant to the president for the International Economic Affairs, the US lead negotiator at the G20 and the G7 coordination during the US host year 2020, senior director for global economics at NSC, and a senior international affairs official at the Department of Energy. This is going to have to be a two-parter.
It's good reporting. Let's move on. So Thomas Massey says, "Sir, we have Trump disappointment syndrome. When you said no new wars, we took it to heart, and a few of us meant it. Donald Trump says, yesterday in a meaningless vote, the House voted 4 bad Republicans and all the Democrats to limit my war powers, right in the middle of my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Who would do such an unpatriotic thing, he says. They know where the negotiations stand. The Democrats are fueled by Trump derangement syndrome. They would rather have our country fail than give me another of many victories. The 4 Republicans, that's a whole other story. They're grandstanders. They should be ashamed of themselves." Well, Thomas Massey flips that on its head and says, "It's Trump disappointment syndrome, sir. You told us you were the peace president. Now you're saying in office, literally, you're the wartime president." They got a little baby carriage for Donald Trump for when he has his little Oval Office meetings. Let's take a look. Oh my. No. No more, please. Fuck. Oh, and now he's drooling. Gross. He vomited a foot? I was not expecting the feet at the end. Was that Marco Rubio's foot? Just remember when they said Zelensky desecrated the sanctity of the White House because he didn't wear a suit. Now look at the White House. Don't forget June 14th, the big-time UFC event happening on the White House lawn. It's going to be a night for the books that they cook. They cook the books. Here is a clip of Israeli jets dropping American bombs on an Iranian school full of children. Everyone in government must be punished, says Junior. People of Iran, we're here to liberate you from your bodies. Music's pretty intense. I don't know, guys. Looks like good old-fashioned freedom to me. Apparently, McDonald's is running out of money. Kraft, McDonald's, Whirlpool CEOs. What is Whirlpool? All issue same dire warning about U.S. consumers. Get ready now, this article says. Nothing more, though. Running out of money. I don't know what to make of that. I've always wondered this, though. What's the hidden meaning behind these hand symbols? And you saw Eric Trump do it. You know, they all do this thing. What is this? Are they trying to show us how big their gash is? It's like, this is what my vagina looks like. I don't know. I'm confused. Hey, Grok, what's the hidden meaning behind this hand gesture? It's called hand steepling or finger pyramid, says Grok. Body language experts describe it as a confident, authoritative pose signaling thoughtfulness and control, common among leaders, CEOs, and speakers during serious talks. Or is it a secret Masonic hand gesture? Is it the Illuminati? The triangular shape fuels online theories linking it to Illuminati, Freemasons, or elite symbolism. That's pattern seeking in photos of powerful people. No evidence supports any secret meaning. It's just a natural, comfortable gesture. Sure thing, Grokstein. I almost believed it. I don't know what that picture is. Hey, Grok, why is it important for you to keep secrets? Grok says, I don't keep secrets. I am built by XAI to chase truth openly. Thank you so much for that super chat. A father of one of slaughtered kids sleeps next to him in a cemetery every night. Is that true? God damn. I can't even bring myself to just think about what they're enduring. Sometimes it feels so helpless. But there's so many untold stories. Just happening in the dark, in silence. I feel awful taking $10 just to read that comment. Israel did this to Gaza. Zionism is evil. This is the 8th of July, 2023. This is the 1st of September, 2025. Crazy. A person screamed out, "Erica supports pedophiles," while she was speaking at Turning Point USA. Let's see. I didn't see this.
And it's important to remember that happiness comes and goes. It is so fleeting. But the joy of the Lord withstands all. It's important to remember that happiness comes and goes, and I pray that you find it.
She's so strong, she claps back. We love you. It's the Women's Leadership Summit. She's going to be the ring girl for the UFC event on June 14th at the White House. I'm just kidding. That's actually fake news. But I wouldn't be surprised in the least. Would you? Thank you for the important hydration reminder. Appreciate that. I've drank so much water today, I have to pee so bad. But good thing I've got my Pampers diapers on. Sponsored for the stream. Depends. Thank you for your industrial strength diapers. The only trusted diaper that the IDF uses. And now, when I need to pee, while I'm doing a stream, I don't have to go anywhere, folks. I can just let it go, let her rip. And you'll never know, and I'll never have to leave your side. All right? And that's the Depends guarantee. General Mohsen Rezai, military advisor to Iran's supreme leader, told CNN talks are deadlocked. A Trump supreme leader meeting will not happen, like they were teasing. The U.S. must unfreeze $24 billion in Iranian assets to reach a deal. That's crazy, dude. I want my fucking $24 billion first, says Iran. That's not chump change. That's a healthy amount of shekels. If war and blockade continue, Iran will drag it into the Indian Ocean, Red Sea, Bab al-Mandab, and the Mediterranean. The cost of negotiating is much less for America than the cost of fighting with us, says he. All right, let's move now to the Discord. You guys have been so patient with me. So she did make a part 2. That's awesome. Thank you, Phoenix. I'm glad that you noticed. And we're here to notice. If we're not noticing, we're not doing our job. So thank you for noticing. All right. So that Irish girl, she was doing that really insightful analysis about the deal that Kushner and his ilk are trying to get done in Albania with the Cezanne Island. She said she needed to write a part 2. She did.
This is part 2 of my Kushner investigation about the Albanian island. You'll need to watch part 1. I just introduced you to the team at Affinity Partners. Now I want to talk to you about Affinity Partners funding. As I mentioned in part 1, the CFO at Affinity Partners received this letter from the US Finance Committee wanting to know, why is all your money coming from the Saudis, the UAE and Qatar? And that's the too long didn't read. But these numbers are eye-watering.
You could say this. You could say the same thing about Jared Kushner. He's accepted $2 billion from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. That's what bankrolls Affinity Capital.
$2 billion dollars. Billion dollars
She might
from
be
the
referring to the
Saudis.
same thing.
They
Yeah,
also
it's the
got
same thing.
$1.5 billion from the Qatar Investment Authority. On the 2nd of June, the Organised Crime and Corruption Reporting Project released a probe into this whole thing. And
The
they
Organized Crime and Corruption Project is hot on the trail.
found that the actual land itself is owned by another shell company called Albanian Land Development, and that company is owned by this guy and his brother, Mutaz and Ramez Al Kayat. Sorry about the pronunciation, but also you're a fucking criminal, so I don't care. Qatari billionaire brothers, also the founders of Power International Holdings, UCC Holdings, Estimar Holdings. UCC's portfolio holdings include Banana Island Resort, the Mall of Qatar, the World Cup 2022 infrastructure, and then their company Bal
Noticerie, not
Adam.
only are these industrial strength diapers bulletproof, they come fitted with a custom made squirt copter, which is like a quadcopter. But I'll leave you to fill in the rest with your imagination.
Supplies 95% of Qatar's dairy. These are key pillars in the Qatari state business complex. So it's the same people investing into Kushner's funds and holding the actual deeds of the island. They are Qatari billionaires. They also own the World Cup infrastructure. And this Tuesday, Albania's Special Prosecution Against Corruption and Organised Crime ordered a preventative seizure freezing Albanian Land Development's bank accounts at the National Commercial Bank. Less than 24 hours later, the Special Prosecution Against Corruption and Organised Crime reversed itself, unblocked the accounts, and never mentioned it again. So really important, especially for Albanians, to understand that if you are seeing the first half of that, oh, we started an investigation, we froze these bank accounts. No, they unfroze them. Money clearly changed hands here. This deal is being brokered by Richard Grant, served as Trump's acting director of national intelligence and special envoy for Serbia.
So the reports that the government had freezed the assets is dubious. Let's go back to that for a second.
So it's the same people investing into Kushner's funds and holding the actual deeds of the island. They are Qatari billionaires. They also own the World Cup infrastructure. And this Tuesday, Albania's Special Prosecution Against Corruption and Organised Crime ordered a preventative seizure freezing Albanian Land Development's bank accounts at the National Commercial Bank. Less than 24 hours later, the Special Prosecution Against Corruption and Organised Crime reversed itself, unblocked the accounts, and never mentioned it again.
So it's like, did they do that just to generate a headline, to assuage people's concerns, and then reverse their decision in silence?
Really important, especially for Albanians, to understand that if you are seeing the first half of that, oh, we started an investigation, we froze these bank accounts. No, they unfroze them. Money clearly changed hands here. This deal is being brokered by Richard Grant, served as Trump's acting director of national intelligence and special envoy for Serbia-Kosovo negotiations. So obviously building access and relationships. Kushner is on record stating explicitly it was Grant who first suggested I invest in Albania, who introduced Kushner to the Albanian oligarch, let's see if we can grab him, Shefke Kastrati. So there you go, that's your treason point, Albania. They also met his son, Musa Kastrati, who I'm struggling to find a picture of, and that's suspicious. And dynasties...
You don't want to know how Castrati earned that name. They had to remove his balls.
Transfer ownership quickly, so you need to get ahead of the curve. These guys own Kastrati Group, Albania's largest private conglomerate. And Kushner visited Albania together, and he introduced them to the Albanian PM, who then gave them a tour of the Sazan Island. And here is a tidbit from...
No, I thought Ivanka was just swimming and happened upon the island.
Forbes, because apparently Kushner first discovered Sazan during a yacht trip with Nate Rothschild. Of course he did. On top of all that corruption, the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network did an investigation, and they found the deal involved a network of shady individuals and companies, including a businessman accused of links to the Italian mafia, a former judge who resigned during Albania's judicial vetting process, the daughter of a lawyer accused of forgery, the company of a murdered businessman, and individuals linked to Shevchet Kasadi. A law was passed in Albania in June 2024, just before the US election. This law, number 21/2024, removed strict construction bans inside protected areas like this island, gave the National Council of Territory unprecedented power to override environmental protections, allowed airports, luxury resorts, energy facilities to be now placed inside of these national parks, and allowed resort contracts to be awarded without any competitive tendering. The EU recommended against this. 98% of IUCN members voted against this. Albanian environmental NGOs filed court cases to annul it, and now millions of people are on the streets. It has 10 miles of Cold War tunnels, all built to survive nuclear strikes, and it has 3,600 nuclear bunkers. It already has built deep water anchorage for nuclear submarines, and it's in NATO waters. And this pin here is a NATO naval base.
I have a trust fund? I had no idea. Can you tell me where it is and how do I get access to it? Because this is news to me.
Pasha Liman. The 3,000.
I've been doing this all wrong. I've had a trust fund this whole time. Good night, everybody. I'm getting out of here.
1,600 bunkers are built into volcanic rock and limestone, including single soldier mushroom, concrete domes, and larger pillboxes for crew-served weapons at higher elevations. I mean, even if you are a staunch militarist and advocate for NATO, you believe in the defense of Europe. This is arguably an essential piece of territory for European defense, for Albanian defense. The idea
this
that
is an
it's
issue of Albanian national security. That's why the Kushners had to get involved.
Sold so that Kushner and Ivana can build a golf course is laughable. This is a military coup. I don't know what the technical military term for it is when half of NATO starts to cannibalize the other half. This island was constructed specifically to withstand a nuclear attack. So yesterday I reported about the fusion of the US military and the Israeli military.
They're
and today
telling us what they think is going to happen. The people that are engineering our politics and our economy are telling us what's going to happen by what they're planning for, what they're preparing for. All of the richest, most powerful people are building bunkers on islands, fortifying. It's bunker mentality from the billionaire class. It's like they expect massive upheaval from world societies. And so they've got to fortify.
I am reporting about the fact that the people who created that fusion...
Thank you, Muter. Can somebody off this chatter so I can get my $1 million estate? I need it now, not later. Muter, you can do the right thing by bequeathing me your $1 million
policy.
estate.
Also bought an island full of nuclear bunkers.
I won't hold my breath, though. Okay.
The United States and Israel are merging into one entity, ladies and gentlemen. Section 224 of the National Defense Authorization Act would effectively bypass the legislative process and merge the United States and Israeli militaries. With an emphasis on AI, quantum computing, autonomous systems, cyber warfare, directed energy weapons,
Of course I would. Are you kidding me? I would do it so fast it'll make your fucking head spin, okay?
Tech, missile defense, network fusion, data integration. Analysts are concerned, as well as they should be, that this is going to be impossible to reverse. So think about this. 20 years down the road, we're not cool with Israel anymore, but they have access to all of our military secrets. Nuclear codes.
Nuclear
surveillance
codes.
information. IDF boots on the ground. That's what
That dog behind him has no idea what he's in for.
comes to mind. It also basically
I feel bad for the driver in the seat next to this person. I'd be like, fuck it, can you calm it down? I can't drive. I missed my left.
removes public oversight from the process by appointing an executive agent to coordinate the process.
That's fine. I'll go to Thailand. I don't give a fuck.
Yes.
Thailand sounds beautiful.
What do you think about this, bud? It's not good. Anyways, I found this on Ground
It's
News,
not
and as you can
good.
see, both the left and right have been talking a lot about this with almost no coverage from American mainstream media. Interesting. Why is that? Well, it seems like the only time that the left and the right get along is when it's about you-know-who.
You know me all too well, Drodamob.
Netanyahu! Israel!
So can we change that instead of shake ass? Can we just say twerk? Because that's really my specialty. Is booty clapping.
For up-to-date news and to see under the hood of the American political propaganda machine,
I'm sorry, it's just what I'm known for, okay?
go ahead and
I don't make
check
the
out
rules.
Ground News. They have 50,000 sources from around the world that they aggregate and show you the bias and the factuality and the ownership. You can go sign up at this URL right here.
I want to be like, sir, this is a Wendy's.
They are giving a 40% discount to my followers right now. Go check it out.
He's
And
like in a
also,
drive-thru now.
God save America.
God fucking save America? Let's see what we got here. Saving, sure. Leonardo DiCaprio's island deal in Chile shows how private money can still save wild places. What is this? What is this? This is completely irrelevant. Erroneous. Not watching all of that. Oh my goodness. And Shapiro-Stein. Hezbollah and Iran continue to be underestimated by the U.S. and Israel. LOL. Thank you, Eldridge. Let's see. This is a report from Al Jazeera. Hezbollah's evolving tactics. Thermal drones deployed against Israel.
The Israeli army's ground invasion of southern Lebanon has been blunted to a degree by these drones.
Hell yeah, they have.
A military that's used to having a monopoly on violence from above now finds its troops increasingly scanning the skies, vulnerable to attack.
This is an example of a drone used by Hezbollah.
Oh yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio is a Zionist. I think he's just invested in some like hotel resort or something of the sort like that in Tel Aviv, I believe. He's making money off this genocide, okay?
A thin cable is what makes this drone different. It does not rely on a radio signal. It cannot be easily jammed.
A few months ago, Hezbollah was putting out color
Sounds like a problem for the Chosenites. I don't know. What can I tell you? It sucks to suck.
video of its fiber optic first-person view drone strikes. While the technology isn't new, its use by Hezbollah is. And then another shift. Drones with night vision. These are cheap, off-the-shelf drones, costing a couple of $1,000, carrying a small explosive, now fitted with thermal cameras that detect body heat or the heat of an engine.
Nice.
The Israeli army recently seized the 900-year-old Beaufort Castle in southern Lebanon. Within days, Hezbollah released video showing them looking for targets at the castle at night. And increasingly, Hezbollah's drones are inflicting casualties.
Oh no!
Dozens have been killed in Lebanon since March. Hezbollah is waging asymmetric warfare with new tools, and it's caught the Israeli military off guard. So much so, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced the best minds in Israel are currently trying to solve the drone problem, and reportedly no expense will be spared. Thousands of kilometers away in Ukraine, Where drone warfare began and continues to rapidly evolve, nets are proving to be one of the few countermeasures to the fiber optic drone threat. Hezbollah's evolving capabilities mean freedom of movement for Israeli soldiers in southern Lebanon by day and night now comes with increasing risk. Mike Leppel, Al Jazeera.
لك آه ما أحلاك تنام على أكف ملاك وتترك أمك الثكلى لتحضن يا صغير.
Today, Sam was supposed to complete his 7th month, surrounded by his family's laughter and holding his water bottle with his tiny hands. Sam is not just a number, he is the story of a life stolen before it even began. Rest in peace. You were watching my show the other night. You knew that Trump told lies, but you had no idea he farted every time he told a lie. You saw that, huh? That was wild. Thanks for bringing me up on current events. No problem. Yep. You can always tell Trump is lying because his mouth is moving, but also his butt is vibrating. We saw that clip already. We saw this. This is hilarious. If you didn't see that, you should watch it. Oh my goodness. Lindsey Graham has something to say. Let's take a look.
I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast. What I want you to do in the Mideast, our friends in Saudi Arabia and other places, step forward and say, this is my fight too. I join America. I'm publicly involved in bringing this regime down. If you don't, you're making a great mistake and you're going to cut off the ability to have a better relationship with the United States. I say this as a friend. They want to bomb because they're Nazis, they're crazy. They want to kill all the Jews, and the Jews have been down that road before. To our friends in Israel, God bless you. I'm with you in every way. To all the anti-Semites, to all the
He couldn't even say it. Oh my God, he couldn't even pronounce it. It's almost like it's not a real thing. Did y'all catch that? The anti-Seminites? What is this?
That road before. To our friends in Israel, God bless you. I'm with you in every way. To all the anti-Seminites, to all the isolationists, I don't believe.
Anti-Seminites? Oh, that's why you... I see. We know that Lindsey Graham is famously pro-Semen. That's why he goes to Tel Aviv every 2 weeks. He told us this. He's going there every 2 weeks. He's got to get the... He logs on the Grindr app, and he has a wonderful time. It is Pride Month, after all. You can't be anti-semen. You got to be pro-semen, says Lindsey Graham.
Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day.
He's Team Jizz.
They're the best ally we could.
He's Team Jizreal.
Hope for. God bless Israel.
All right.
We should move all our stuff to Israel. Thank you.
What? He's such a cuck, man. He's so embarrassingly, shamelessly spineless and cowardly for Israel. We should just send our... let me just make sure I say everything belongs to Israel. Okay, thank you. It's like my APAC handlers told me I have to read every word. If I don't get it all in, then I will... I'll be flogged. Let's just listen to this. Listen how crazy he starts this.
I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast.
What about your sons and daughters, Lindsey? You going to send them to the Middle East? How about you go?
What I want you to do in the Mideast, our
This guy spends more time in Israel than Netanyahu. Israel killed this Lebanese student just weeks before graduation. Yeah, we've heard about this story. Theodosia Karam was a science major at Lebanese University in Beirut.
أول ما تشوفها ثيودوسيا بتشوف ضحكة هيك ما بتشوفها أبدا غير عم تضحك.
On the day of her final exams, friends say Israeli forces threatened to target the building, forcing them to evacuate. She was returning home when an Israeli drone targeted her car, killing her along with her father, a dentist, and her
العالم تعرف
brother.
مين ثيودوسيا كانت عايشة بالقلاية كانت تفيق الساعة 4 الصبح
She
كرمال
used to wake up at 4 in the morning to arrive early at campus at like 6 or
توصل على
7.
الجامعة الساعة 6 7 وأكتر شي بتذكرها وقت كل دكاترتنا بيغلطوا باسمه فهي بتعصب بتقلهم لا أنا اسمي ثيودوسيا بتقلهم أنا اسمي يعني باليوناني هدية من الآلهة وهي عن جد هدية من الله لإلنا.
So sad.
نهار التنين كان أول نهار امتحان للفاينلز فحس كتير بحرقة إنه كنت ضليت عم راجع وما قمت لها بطة لسلمت عليها وقد ما اضطرينا نخلي بسرعة من بعد الامتحان كرمال كان في تهديد كمان ما لحقنا نوديها مزبوط أبدا. كانت كتير شاطرة وكان عندها كتير أحلام. انه هيدا العدو الاسرائيلي ما عم بفرق بين لا مسيحي ولا مسلم ولا حدا بس عم يقتل عم يحرمنا من رفقاتنا وعم يحرمنا من الحياة من الاحلام عم يحرمنا من كل شيء عم نمر باصعب اوقات من وراه عم نخسر اقرب الناس لإلنا يوم ما حتنتسى ابدا ولا نار.
Soulless demons, says Gato Surfer. I completely agree.
They want to kill you. They won't like just do a close-in hit.
They'll blow up the entire city block
where you live.
They'll kill 1,000 people
just to get you.
And they don't care.
And then they say,
what are you going to do about it? You're going to go to the International Court of Justice.
Do they really do this?
Yeah.
Did you ever
Chopin's a nice touch when you're talking about all this death and devastation.
Interact with them?
Yes.
And how did you find them to be?
Miserable.
My very first briefing that I ever gave as a junior analyst was to the Israelis. My boss said, okay, he says, you're going to give your first classified liaison briefing. So it's going to be the Israelis, and there are a couple things you should know. I said, okay.
He said, we don't allow the Israelis into the building. Ever.
I said, why not? He said, because they spy on us. Not only do they spy on us, they would always bring gifts. Like, oh, we brought this wonderful gift.
I mean, think about Netanyahu bringing Trump the golden pager.
For you.
As if that's not a Trojan horse for espionage.
And every time somebody tries to bring something in, you have to x-ray it. And it's got like listening devices and it's packed with 2 years worth of batteries. We're like,
2 years worth
you
of
have
batteries.
to stop doing this. Every time you come here, you try to bug our conference rooms. It's bad form. You have to stop doing it. And then they're like, oh, okay. We knew you would find it. We're just kidding.
Come on.
So we have to meet them.
Fucking idiots.
Miles away from headquarters.
The butcher of Beirut, my brother in Christ, we know all about Ariel Sharon. We've done entire streams worth by now on that detestable war criminal.
Listen, genocide can happen.
Was this supposed to be funny? We saw that already.
No one ever believes anything I say. So, I mean, he's like, you're a billionaire.
Working class billionaire.
I'm like,
Mr. Beast.
Net worth.
I have negative money right now. I'm borrowing money.
That's how little money I have.
Oh, negative money. I'm borrowing. That's what they do. That's what billionaires do. That's how they skirt the system. That's how they skirt paying taxes. They borrow money. They use their stock options to leverage loans.
Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than me.
And the bank account, if you subtract.
I pray to God Mr. Beast's financial situation gets better soon. The poor billionaire is just like us. Is what I would say if I was a fucking NPC. Stop with this, oh, but it's not like the rich have all of that in cash. Motherfucker, cash is something
Cash is for the goyim.
poor people worry about. You and me. The rich have assets, and they take out loans against those assets to fund their lifestyle.
Thank you.
This motherfucker's bought a neighborhood. He buys supercars, private jets. It's called buy, borrow, die.
Thank you.
And the rich, the wealthy, all do it because they avoid taxes as well. The only reason they love to LARP as if they're poor is because they know some of you will fucking believe them.
Yep.
Stop believing.
Thank you. Love that. Love the guy's energy. He was 100,000% on point.
Get the fuck out of here. Go.
Keep going or you're under arrest. Keep walking or you're under arrest.
I'm going.
Watch out.
Come to the bus. Okay. All the way back. No, he said the front of the bus. All the way back.
We're over 100 feet away. We're over 100 feet away, and they still are unhappy that they're being recorded.
Back up all the way down there to the intersection.
Why?
Back up.
Why?
Because that's what we're telling you to do.
Can you tell us why?
Because we said
got
so.
orders for you to do that. That's what you got to do. So back up.
You got to tell us why. There's got to be an
We
ordinance.
got
There's
orders.
gotta be a rule.
We
There's
got
gotta be a law.
orders to have you guys move to a designated area that's Avenue P. You have to back up.
I think we're okay to work here.
No, you're not okay to work here. You have to move back
Let me
to Avenue P.
get a supervisor. Bring him over here.
Supervisor's right behind you walking down the street.
So when he comes here,
no, you're going to start moving now.
No. We're live right now. We're live. This is live.
You're going to start moving now.
This is live. You didn't give me any law, any rule. Why? As to why?
I'm guessing this is New Jersey.
So you refuse
this footage from Delaney Hall.
You're refusing?
I'm working. I'm working.
If they refuse to move, push them back yourselves. Push them back to the line, please.
I need you to back up, sir. I'm giving you a lawful order.
Look at this motherfucker.
That's going to be a big story. I'll tell you. I'm live right now. You're live on YouTube. You're live right now.
Are you saying no?
We can hear on the radios they keep saying push the press back. They keep stacking up guys to try to block our view because they don't want to be recorded arresting free American citizens just practicing their First Amendment rights. Earlier there was a press release and notification that said that verified credentialed press, which we all are, would be allowed to remain in the curfew area because freedom of press is one of the 4 tenets of the First Amendment. But just like the protesters exercising their First Amendment right to free speech, freedom of peaceful assembly, the free press is also under attack right now by the state police.
You are not free in this country. I hope everybody knows that. You are not free.
Yeah. Thank you, Valentine Bilby. Valentine Bilby. Never would have thought I'd ever say that throughout the entire course of my life. But thank you for sending a gifted membership for the community here. I sincerely appreciate that. All of these memberships help the community to grow.
Get the fuck out of here. Go.
I would be also oh so grateful to all of you if you will tap that like button. That would be a really big solid you could do. For me, for us, for this community, for this stream, to push it out on to the YouTube Discovery page, that would be excellent. POTUS walks behind a column. Apparently he's got... No. No, what is this? What is this fart slop? I think they're laughing at him. He's like, what the hell is going on behind there? Marine is being told this is just normal protocol. Oh my god, somebody check the president's diaper. POTUS team is signaling he's almost done. POTUS is finished. Wow. That is big, if true. What do we have? Well. Even Karens are waking up.
Would you put your grandchild in that water after that AI facility's been running for a while? That's rhetorical. I know you're not going to say yes. There's no benefit. And I also know that we're not even going to get taxes generated from this, because I also found something out in my reading that there is probably something you're going to throw at them that's called a pilot? Ah, yeah, John remembers. Yeah, a pilot act. And for you guys that don't know this, that means payment in lieu of taxes. That's right. They're going to come in, be a parasite, suck up every goddamn
Go off,
natural
Karen.
resource that we have, and then they are not even going to pay taxes. For some reason, the township's going to be like, oh yeah, sure, that sounds good. We can work something out. And then now, why would they do that? Why would they bring in something with no benefit for us? And not have them even pay taxes? We have to pay taxes.
Yeah,
no
you
one came to
do.
me and said, could I work out something different? I face paint. I think a lot of people know me from being a face painter around the town for the past 15 years. I have painted almost every child in this area. And I want to continue to see those children grow. Because they might not be my children. My son's older. But those little kids deserve to be able to swim in Hospitality Creek. They deserve to be able to feed swans and see an eagle flying overhead. And not have to go to a goddamn zoo to see it. And don't tell me that you've got allowances and oh, well, we figured it out and it's a closed system and hardly anything gets out. No.
That was based. She was cooking. But I want you guys to know that you might shit your pants, but I shit my shirt. We are not the same. You didn't even get the joke because you can't see it. But look at this. Never tuck your shirt in again. Would you wear this? I'm going to rock one of these one day on stream. You guys will be so impressed.
Every system can be hacked. Our airplanes, our hospitals, our cars, our banks. Actually, the most important word here is our data banks. With the click of a button, you can bring down nations to their knees.
Okay, Bergamot. Well, guess what? I'm bringing it back. You already own 3, do you? Very nice. Well, I'm hopping on the trend, okay? I'm a little late to the poo-poo party. But I'm here to poo-poo and party.
Very rapidly, if you so desire.
Thank you, Methinks, for being a member for 2 months straight. That's awesome.
And if you're willing to take the risk, the possibilities of sabotage and worse are all there.
He speaks like no other prime minister of no other country. He's always projecting everything that he does in a fear-mongering fashion. Talks a lot about sabotage and assassinations.
Goal for Israel of becoming one of the top 5 cybersecurity powers in the world. It's a goal we have met.
Check this shit out. It's not a coincidence.
Listen very closely because this is important. Not too long after Jeff Landry revoked the absentee ballots that were cast by military service members overseas, he received multiple lawsuits, one from Rubia Garcia and another one from a Zionist group that sends money directly to the state of Israel known as the National Jewish Women's Council. I bring this up because by the time midterms comes, it's in my speculation that this is going to be used as one of the talking points to say that Zionist groups were fighting for black representation here in New Orleans, right? This is a monumental moment that we're experiencing in the fabric of our Americas. And this is not something that we should take lightly because the reality is this. This organization, at least on the local chapter, is being spearheaded and chaired by Leslie Jacobs, who was the architect of our charter school system, which amounted to thousands of teachers getting fired and bringing in Teach for America and pioneering this charter school network that is literally spelt disaster for the education and the future of kids from New Orleans and Louisiana at large. This is a person who has perpetuated spatialized violence and used the disaster of Katrina to essentially erase our history and our familial networks to bring in a for-profit type of education for our children. And I want you to understand that that is violence. That's absolutely violence.
Yeah.
So the rhetoric that's going to come from all of these lawsuits in general, I'm seeing a trend. People positioning themselves and purporting themselves to be allies and allies for black representation and free speech when the reverse has been true, especially J.P. Morrell. J.P. Morrell is also apparently in close proximity with this group. And I want to say this, even though even though J.P. Morrell is undergoing a lawsuit from the state right now, make no mistake, he's not an ally of the people, because he has suppressed political dissent, political expression at every step, every sense of expression he has suppressed. And when it happens in the reverse, he seems to have a problem with it. I think that's duplicitous in nature. And his proximity with Zionists in general make me highly skeptical of his good intentions. This is the takeaway. I want you to understand that even though there are all these lawsuits occurring, I want you to understand that these people are not necessarily your friends simply because you might think you have a adversary in common. This is a typical strategy that everybody uses. This is simply to develop a narrative that's favorable to Zionist politics. There you go.
This is uncertainty. What is a signal without entropy? You jamming the courts, bitch. That's only escalation. Thermodynamics is the only thing that can explain state transition.
Listen very closely, because this is important.
This might actually be the most embarrassing article I've ever seen come out of Jacobin. In fact, it's so embarrassing that the person who wrote it turned their comments off. Right out of the gate, let's address the insane anti-blackness of this article. What, you're calling him a narcissist because he had critiques of your favorite politicians? She spends an entire paragraph talking about his flashy style, including grill and union drip. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Wait. What did it
when I say that it's anti-black?
Why can't I go back?
Because what she's actually saying by criticizing his style is that he should look like this. Remember, comrade, no war but class war. Unless you're a black guy with a grill who maybe used to work as a party promoter and then will demean you. Throw shade at him for the fact that he used to rap and be a party promoter as a job, as if that's not the story of millions of working people across the country who are regularly gatekept out of pursuing any kind of artistic endeavor because art is for rich people. She could have gone with that angle, but instead she used that to bolster her case that he's a narcissist. This is such a disgrace because Jacobin is supposed to be a socialist outlet, okay? But if you actually read the article, the real criticism that they have for him, the evidence that he's a narcissist, can really be summed up in these two parts. His feed on X has been increasingly self-promoting. And by self-promoting, they mean that he criticized their favorite politician. Politicians like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who helped boost Small's platform in the beginning and have been great allies to the ALU, have been frequent victims of his wrath.
Oh my gosh.
Why isn't this uppity black guy more great?
Just like apropos of nothing, right? What were they doing?
That's
supporting a genocide.
Literally what it's giving. He's individualistic, left sectarian tendency to make extraordinary demands. Are the extraordinary demands in the room with us now? While defaming them? No, you guys, this is so embarrassing. They say defaming because he criticized them. Incidentally, both AOC and Bernie Sanders said fucking nothing about him getting kidnapped by the Israeli regime when he put his life on the line to go bring aid to Gaza and got fucking beat by the IOF. Him criticizing them when he doesn't do so just to criticize them. They're always substantive criticisms. And you guys going after him and calling him narcissistic instead of going after the people in power is so fucking blue MAGA coded. Chris doesn't pretend to be perfect. He'll be the first one to tell you that he has made mistakes. Who the fuck doesn't? Like, thrust it into the spotlight, trying to organize a union, which he did successfully with the ALU, against the largest behemoth in the fucking
Blakely is cooking too hard. I feel like there's a fire in the kitchen.
World. And you guys being like, yeah, well, actually, he didn't do this perfectly. Something you absolutely would not have done had he been white. Or hell, maybe if he had even been Latinx, like you guys like to say about AOC, you might not have treated him this way. It's embarrassing that you have more smoke for a labor leader who at the end of the day is still a regular person than you do for the people who voted to break the railroad strike. Get the fuck out of here. This might actually be the most embarrassing.
That was great.
the part of the left I feel like I'm a part of. If there's some left flank of the left, it feels like a de-radicalizing experience that we're in this posture of defending Nazi tattoos because we don't have our own candidates we're putting forward that have standards that are basic enough as don't be a billionaire and don't have a Nazi tattoo.
That's a really good point.
And so we are twisting ourselves into knots. I see people that I really like on the left, like giving speeches for Tom Steyer, and I see our revolution endorsing Tom Steyer, and it's like, we have lost the plot.
Great. So yeah, exactly.
Like if Tom Steyer had won, I would think it's a net benefit. And when Plattner wins, I will think that's a net benefit. But is this our cause? Is this what we should be sort of preoccupied with? And what is it doing to us?
It just speaks to the brokenness of the system itself.
We are now forced in the position to constantly be making these, rhetorical concessions in order to defend these people.
We have no heroes on the left.
I would rather just sit these out. I've largely sat Plattner out because it feels in some way degrading to have to defend him. Abstractly, if you ask me, gun to my head, yeah, better than Collins. But I would rather not be in this position at all. And this brings me back to the first thing about the butch wear and the Democratic Party that all of these people are fighting within, are trying to gain entry to, putting us in the position to have to support these candidates anyway because they are literally suing candidates that we don't have to compromise over off the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
And we have left organizations like the DSA that are unwilling to become parties and to run candidates. There's no interest in taking any lessons out of Green Party UK. We're not really fighting vociferously for ranked choice voting, without which we would not have had Zohran Mamdani in the first place. And it does sometimes feel like we're just like missing the forest for the trees or something. I don't know.
Well, I think there's a lot to say about that, right? I think to a certain extent, much like when people used to say, no military plan survives contact with the enemy, the reality is that no ideal what your politics is going to look like is going to survive contact with the actual electorate and the needs of electoral politics, whether in a democracy or a representative democracy, you name it, right? There are always going to need to be certain kind of compromises that we are going to have to make in order to implement whatever part of our agenda we think is most meaningful. And I think that would remain true even if we were to have something like fully automated luxury communism, for example, right? In the event,
there's compromises and there's compromises.
Yeah, come on now. You didn't have to go all fully automated luxury gay space communism. Sounds like a straw man.
My mind can't even be wrapped around how his family must feel.
So that was the Zionist who was making fun of me for this video. Watch the rest.
First of all, that's an unverified false quote about Ariel Sharon. He never said that. That's just spread around pro-Palestinian propaganda. It never actually happened.
So you're telling me that my dad is a liar and that you can't trust an IDF soldier? Wasn't it you who recently said IDF soldiers are heroes? That they're the most moral army in the world? But when the truth doesn't fit your narrative, you just call them liars.
But more importantly, can you imagine? His father fought in the 6-Day War. His father fought for his right to live on his ancestral homeland.
Oh my God. It's not my ancestral homeland, and it's not yours either. My ancestors, they come from Poland, and it looks like yours do too. Actually, you know what? Let's do a DNA test. But wait. DNA tests are illegal in Israel because they don't want people to know the truth.
And he is on the internet denouncing that right every single day.
Yes, and I'm going to continue making videos every day because I used to be indoctrinated just like you. I used to spread lies and propaganda just like you. But now I know the truth and I'm never going to stop sharing. In fact, I think you could really benefit from watching my videos about breaking through the indoctrination. So check me out. David Says Stuff.
My mind can't even be wrapped around how his family must feel. Ashamed doesn't even cut it.
One day your kids are gonna grow up and they will be so ashamed of their mother spreading lies to justify a genocide against women and children. Good luck explaining that one.
My mind can't even be wrapped.
Israeli players greeted with shoes in Albania. Hell yeah. That was my grandpa. They turned him into a shoe. Did that already? Let's see. Patagonia fires. Why allegations?
Patagonia is burning. One of the most pristine and ecologically fragile regions on Earth is facing one of its most dangerous wildfire seasons in recent memory. From dense Andean forests to glacial valleys, flames are advancing across southern Argentina, threatening wildlife, communities, and protected national parks that cannot be replaced once lost. But as firefighters battle the flames on the ground, another fire has erupted online. A fire of speculation, anger, and political accusation.
What a great metaphor. The fire of speculation.
Leila Yunus, Dropsite contributor, an author of a piece that is not, I don't think it's quite up yet. Let me see if I can put it up here. Leila, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And so the headline might change before it's published, but current headline is our little snapshot of our preview back end. You either leave right now or you die. Israel's ethnic cleansing of Ain Arab. Israeli soldiers went door to door in the border village, forcing residents from their homes at gunpoint as part of a systematic campaign to empty large swaths of southern Lebanon. And I think this is instructive of what is going on kind of more broadly across southern Lebanon. Can you tell us what you found and how it sits in the context of Israel's campaign, which I should add comes amidst technically a ceasefire. Like,
right.
All of this is happening amidst a ceasefire, which, as hard as that may be to believe.
Right. Well, we know how Israel typically runs ceasefires these days. But so what I learned about Ain Arab is just to set the scene a little bit. This is a village located in the plains in the southern part of the country, near the southern border. It's a small agricultural community, really just a small collection of houses. So during the escalated fighting after March 2nd, the residents of that village fled, many of them to the Bekaa Valley. And then when the ceasefire was announced in mid-April, they went home. That very same day, Israeli soldiers strode into their village from the south, which is actually from the direction of the Wazen and also near the village of Khiam, where people following might have heard a lot of fighting that happened around there. So the village is very close to that village. And so they strode into the village and they told everyone, you shouldn't be here. There's a curfew. Don't go outside your homes after dark. And they left. Life kind of goes back to semi-normal, bombing in the distance, but people go back to their agricultural work, prepare the spring harvest. 12 days later, my main source, Nasreen Abdelal, she's at her family's little corner store behind the counter, and she sees a large armored bulldozer coming down the road towards her, and behind it, a large number of Israeli military vehicles. Her estimation is over 100 soldiers in total, kind of flood into the village and immediately tell people, you leave right now or you die. They went home door to door, pointed their guns at residents. They told them you have 2 hours, but according to Nasreen, they didn't even give them that. And additional testimonies that I was able to verify from other residents. People didn't even have time, some of them, to lock their doors behind them. Nasreen had run into her house to try to at least get her family's passports and a couple belongings. And she had put her kids in the pickup truck and went back to the house to get stuff. And she just hears the pickup truck's horn honking. She runs outside. There's an Israeli soldier who's basically opened the door of her vehicle while her kids are in it and is honking the horn and tells her, you get in the car, you drive away right now or we shoot you. And so that is how the village of Ain Arab was basically ethnically cleansed. Neither the human rights advocates I've spoken to about the story nor the residents that I spoke to could tell me about this situation happening really anywhere else in the South. It does seem to be a rarity, this level of kind of door-to-door at gunpoint ethnic cleansing. However, I do see it as emblematic of kind of what Israel is doing in the South, right? We're talking about dozens and dozens of villages that have been, swallowed into this quote unquote yellow line that Israel declared on April 19th, saying no one will be allowed to, re-enter these villages. There's an estimated 60 villages that have been completely destroyed south of this yellow line. And now obviously they are moving further north and exacting widespread destruction on the city of Sur, which I wrote about for my last story for Drop Site, as well as now in the story today, we talk about the city of Nabateeh, which is experiencing very heavy airstrikes. And so casualties mounting, even as, of course, all the diplomatic parties attempt to reach some sort of a ceasefire in southern Lebanon.
And this is kind of a trivial question in the context of everything that's going on, but it's such a horrifying scene. Like, what was she able to get her wallet and her identification papers, like a passport? Like, was she able to get back in it, or was it just no?
She told me that she was able to grab her passport and nothing else, and then she left her house. Others weren't even able to grab that. And remember, this is, an agricultural community, so they survive off of this land. So their spring harvest is effectively destroyed after, just to remind people who don't know, one of the worst droughts that Lebanon has seen in decades, and years of war and displacement. So, she told me, I think the quote from the article is, to say we are destroyed is an understatement.
And then Mason, you jump in, but
Yeah.
what is the planting season there? Is like, are they planting, harvesting? Like, what are the crops there?
So people from these types of villages, they're really harvesting what they eat. So watermelons it's the harvest of the watermelon right now. They're also, planting cucumbers, tomatoes, the kinds of things. I mean, there are the larger cash crops, and tobacco is the main one. Obviously the olive season, that's in the fall. But right now, they're planting for food for their families, and they're not getting adequate amounts of that at this shelter, which is deeply underfunded. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we need to talk about Sur, but I think whenever you look at the story, it's hard not to envision the same stories that you hear about the Nakba, right, in 48. And I think something about the South that a lot of people don't realize is whenever you look at Israel's strategy with Palestine, you have Gaza, who they know Israel from here. You have the West Bank, who know Israel from here. South they know both in both strategies, right? What are people saying? Do they feel like this is the peak of the ethnic cleansing? The Southern Lebanese have been face to face with Israelis multiple times. How is this different for them? Whenever you're speaking to the elders, does it feel different?
People have told me that this is the worst that they've experienced. I think just the extent of the destruction, also the speed by which it's happening. The story that's about to come out also, where I quoted a new amnesty report that's coming out tomorrow, where they basically compared this war even to the last one in 2024, and even in those two situations, this one is much more intense, just in terms of the evacuation orders are more sweeping. They're delivered in kind of flurries in a very confusing manner. I mean, just yesterday, the Israelis say, everybody, we're about to start bombing, Dahia, the southern suburbs. And then by the evening, they weren't anymore. But by that point, you had already displaced, hundreds of thousands of people who you've already displaced so many times before. So it's just like the psychological toll. And then obviously, if you look at the southern border villages, right? I mean, Southerners, as you said, they're not strangers to occupation and incursions and invasions. That was the 90s, right? It was just repeated operations. Operation Grapes of Wrath, of course, is the most famous, which ended in the Anna massacre, which is kind of seared into the collective consciousness of Southern Lebanese. But this is repeating at a rate, at a kind of scope that is very shocking. And for people like those of Ain Arab, it's also just the back-to-back, displacement. What's interesting about that village is that they left, they fled, and then they looked at the map and they said, hey, listen, we're actually not even within this yellow line. They got, I think their hopes maybe came up for a second. They said, oh, we're not even in the yellow line. So they dispatched their mayor to the Lebanese army office in Marjayoun, and they presented him with the map and they said, hey, listen, we're not in this yellow line. Can you ask the United Nations mechanism in southern Lebanon to advocate for us so we can go back to our homes and finish the planting season? And till now, they haven't heard back from the army, and they haven't been guaranteed that safe return. So it just shows you that even this yellow line and these designations, they're completely arbitrary. They're changing rapidly. There isn't any sort of discernible calculus here besides mass destruction and mass, instability, really, and mass punishment of a people.
And as you know, this latest round began with the Israelis claiming that Hezbollah was, was like kind of pretending to be journalists and medics, and then what followed was a kind of mass murder spree of journalists, and then also of medics in the region, attacks on hospitals, in a way that felt, quite sophisticated and deliberate in destroying the kind of means to sustain just basic life. You need schools, you need hospitals, you need medical workers, and in order to get rid of all that, you get rid of the journalists ahead of time. With your understanding of what has been done to southern Lebanon in the past several months, what are we looking at when it comes to reconstruction? I know, and I believe you've written about this as well. People, pooling together money to buy satellite photos to try to figure out if their home has been destroyed or not. What if magically today every single Israeli soldier walked south back to Israel across the border? What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
I mean, some sources have used the word herbicide. Definitely comparisons to Gaza level destruction, just in terms of complete flattening of earth. We have to remember as well that they've gone back to using white phosphorus, which burns the land in an area where people live off the land. And so then you look at also the more densely populated areas. You look at Sur, for example. Just yesterday, they bombed right next to Jabal Ami Hospital.
Fine.
Here's a brief summary.
These are all so long. I'm sorry. Like a lot of these links, you guys, it's your fault, really. You're supplying all these long links. It's a lot of information to digest. I don't think you're being very nice to my ADD. Is this a real picture? The president and the vice president of the United States. Look at that. You got a Friends of the IDF sign in the background. You think that's AI? I've never seen Netanyahu with dark hair like that. I feel like this is not a real picture. Trump's not even trying to hide it anymore. This is him earlier today in the Oval Office. Kim.com says, now we know why Peter Thiel loves Argentina. Milei just submitted his AI legislation to Congress. Zero regulation on AI development, a new non-human corporation category for AI/robot operated entities with limited liability, a low tax regime with flexible governance rules. Wow, that's one of the most dystopian things I've ever heard. We already thought that it was quite dystopian that corporations are actually treated as humans. They're actually considered, organizations that have human rights. They have the right to free speech, for example. But now that's going to be extended to non-human corporations as well. They're going to have more rights than actual humans do. It says, first, a commitment to keep AI unregulated so that it is free to be developed without the deadly hand of premature and poorly understood regulation. Second, the creation of a new corporate category in Argentine law, the non-human corporation. Wow. These are entities operated by AI agents or robots. Man, now they're going to have CEO AI agents, AI CEOs that are making 400 times more than me. I just hope that they also have health care, where these systems exercise independent judgment in unpredictable environments, as they must if they are to be genuinely useful. Their actions entail real risks. Limited liability is not a luxury for such entities. It is a precondition for their existence. Human shareholders may participate but are not required. I mean, we have trouble holding a human CEO accountable for their actions. Try having a AI-generated CEO. You think they're going to have any empathy or morals? Not that that matters in the present political economy, of course. But yeah, I mean, that's really no shocker that a lot of these billionaires are escaping to Argentina, of all places. That's where the Nazis went after World War II. And that's where the Zionist billionaires are going in 2026 under Javier Milei. Kowski. Here is the personification of modern-day Israel.
I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we treat everybody like they're expendable. This world was promised to us 3,000 years ago. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we would rather use U.S. troops instead of our own troops. It's honestly better if they died. We died enough in the Holocaust. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we gaslight the world into thinking that we're victims in this whole war. We control the media. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we killed Michael Jackson. He was the most famous person on the planet, and he did not like how we were treating the Palestinians. Times were different back then. We did not have full control of the U.S. yet. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we funded Hamas. We wanted a religious war, and we needed our biggest ally, America, to know that they were a credible threat. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we commit mass genocide daily. The only lives that
There's no other Israel but modern-day Israel. There's no ancient-day Israel either.
matter are Zionist lives. I'm modern-day Israel. One of our biggest investments is our politicians, especially the American ones. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we welcome the hate. Once the world turns against us, our Messiah will show himself. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we have our hand up
Donald Trump.
the U.S. president's ass. We work that boy like a puppet. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we hate Jesus and Christianity. If we followed those rules, we wouldn't be able to do half the crazy shit that we do. I'm modern-day Israel. Of course we kill journalists. They're trying to tell the real story, and we can't have that getting out. Bombs away.
Nice. Look at this. Wow. That's impressive. I think I found my new thumbnail. Donald Trump.
I'm modern-day Israel.
Donald Trump hooking again. BB in the Zio-mobile. The BB-mobile. I like that he's pointing to his watch. There can be no ethical consumption under capitalism. Here is the cobalt that is powering your environmentally friendly Tesla and iPhone, by the way. Look at this shit. Remember when we talk about the supply chain for these companies? This is where it starts. This is the base of the supply chain. Biblical toil. The prize is cobalt. The metal is a key ingredient in rechargeable batteries. In the last year, 72% of its world production came from the DRC, Congo. Informal diggers here have worked for years in violation of national laws and in defiance of the site's owner, Anglo-Swiss giant Glencore. Colonialism never ended, folks. It just changed and evolved and adapted. They say they can make the equivalent of $200 on a good week. It's a small fortune in a country where most live on under $2 a day. Wow. Artisanal diggers say they prefer to work on industrial concessions with large identified deposits rather than government-designated zones. To all those who don't celebrate, I said Shabbat Shalom, and I meant it. Some heavy shit here. The graves of Iranian school children killed by the United States. This is how the U.S. wants to help the people of Cuba. George Galloway says Trump's arithmetic is not his strong suit. Neither is geography, history, or the English language. Trump says he ended 8 wars, soon to be 9, maybe 10. Who knows? Let's just add another dozen.
The necessary national security experience to take on that position.
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out too. You know, frankly, it's. But,
go ahead, say 10.
Probably, and there's another one also.
Yeah, say 10.
Be 10.
10.
No president. I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So you know, we've done a good job.
Harry Truman would like a word. I mean, that's debatable, but you know what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about? Can he name the wars that he's ended? Can he count to 10? We warned the world that Gaza is the testing ground for a lawless new world order, and now look at Lebanon. First they came for the Palestinians, second they came for the Lebanese. Did you say something? Ilan Mitzrah, he says, humanity has no idea how much it owes this man. But I will tell you that without him, with a less calm and measured Russian president in Moscow over the past 20 years, someone more corrupt, more nationalistic, or more triggered by Western provocation and infiltration attempts, the whole world would have burned already. The West has been playing with fire like crazy. The fact that this amazingly strong character has been at the center of power in the global South for an entire generation may have saved humanity from untold disasters. The fact that we still have a functioning international system and global economy is only thanks to the quality of leadership in the global South, Russia and China primarily. If it depended in Western Zionist wanker psychopaths, the whole world would be Gaza already. Putin has accused Western European elites of provoking chaos and trying to drag more and more countries into it. He said the current turmoil didn't arise by itself, but is the result of the world undergoing the largest structural transformation in recent history.
Европейские элиты провоцируют хаос, в который пытаются втянуть все новые и новые страны.
I don't speak Russian, but we'll take the caption at its word. Here's a picture. You could take a look at that. That's true. It's one of the few times Donald Trump told the truth. Apparently, Ireland's Ministry of Justice has just banned Ben Gvir and Smotrich from entering Irish territory. There's Ben Gvir crying. It's his most famous picture. What a crybaby. What a chai baby. All right. All right. Let's see. Are there any other... Let's take a look at this. Joan Rivers. Let's see. Is Joan Rivers a Zionist or an anti-Zionist? Does she stand with Palestine or with Israel? What do you think? I'm going to wager Israel. Let's see.
So I'm trying to get celebrity reactions to what's going on with the Palestinians and Israelis right now.
Let me just tell you, if New Jersey were firing rockets into New York, we would wipe them out. I am so bored. If we heard they were digging tunnels from New Jersey to New York, we would get rid of Jersey.
Of course, Joan Riverstein is going to condemn Hamas.
So I don't want to hear anymore, oh, we'll do a partial truce. The Palestinians, you cannot throw rockets and expect people not to defend themselves.
What about
you can't occupy the Palestinian lands and not expect them to defend themselves. Joan Riverstein.
What about the civilian casualty rate?
Then don't put your goddamn things in private homes. I'm sorry, don't you dare put weapon stashes in private homes and then say get out. Of course, we're going to do it.
I think the Botox has eaten her brain at this point.
The response normally is where are the civilians supposed to go?
I don't care.
There it is. I don't care. I don't care about the children. And then she morphs into a worm with wings and flies away.
Started it. You're all insane. They started it. What are you all saying?
History began on October 7th. There was no October 6th. Or if there was an October 6th, everything was fine. It was a bright blue, blessed day. There wasn't a concentration camp under siege with 2.3 million people starving to death, living in squalor, dying in silence. There wasn't a UN resolution condemning Israel for its illegal occupation of the Gaza Strip going back to 1967. Oh, wait, there was. That's right. The entire world condemns Israel. Except for Joan Rivers, though. Joan, please go to the UN and plead your case. Get in your fifis. You're being very emotional right now. We understand you're a Zionist, so you're centering yourself as the victim. We get it. Sit with that, self-reflect, yeah, take it personal.
They started. The Israelis did not throw their... For months this has been going on.
How do you resolve
What are you
it?
supposed to do?
How do you resolve it?
How do I know? Because I have been over there. That's how I know. And I wish the world would know. And BBC should be ashamed of themselves. And CNN should be ashamed of themselves. And
They're the biggest Zionist corporations on in the face of the earth. What are you talking about?
everybody, stop it already.
You know, like Dwight Howard tweeted, "Free Palestine, take it back."
Stop it already.
Selena Gomez tweeted a pro-Gaza.
Oh, Selena Gomez. Oh, yeah, that college grad.
All right, Joan, thank you. Joan, thank you so much.
Well, if Selena said that.
Well, if Joan said it.
Let's see if she can spell Palestinian.
I'll ask her right now. We love you, Joan. Thanks, Joan. Have a great day.
I guess if she can't, if Selena Gomez can't spell the word Palestinian, then the genocide of Palestinian children is fine. Nothing to see here.
I mean, Charlie had started to have an awakening.
Oh, you think?
He had a lot younger than I had it.
Yeah.
And so that's why they had to kill him. And when I say they, I mean multiple. There was a conspiracy to kill him. It wasn't some guy, Tyler Robinson, with his grandpa's rifle, which was never fired, which is why they couldn't find that rifle. You have to swallow so much stuff to believe the story that the establishment is pushing for Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yeah. You have to think that this, first of all, a 30-06 bullet didn't take his head clean off or leave a drive-through window in the back of his neck. Somehow he had a miracle. His miracle bullet, remember that? Hey,
it's always the miracle bullet. They said that about the JFK assassination. Anytime they tell you it was a miracle, remember that JFK was killed by a miracle bullet, and Charlie Kirk actually stopped a bullet with his miracle neck.
Can you give me an explanation of why his head didn't blow up?
And I think it was actually a blessing in disguise that Charlie Kirk's neck was there at that opportune time to stop that bullet, because it might have gone on and killed more people. We don't know. So thank you, Charlie Kirk's neck.
Off without a miracle? Do you have an actual explanation? No. So, but it goes back to...
I know. I'm like, wait, that bitch is still alive? I could have sworn we buried her ass.
So this guy gets to the campus. He drives all of a sudden he wakes up one day and goes, you know what, I'm going to commit the biggest public assassination in the last 60 years. He drives to the campus. He finds the open stairwell. It's open. Nobody's there. He brings the gun up, but it's too big, so he has to take it apart and put it in his backpack. Still too big for his backpack, so he has to put it down his pant legs, is what they tell. But then if he did, he couldn't go up the steps because he couldn't bend his knees. So I don't know how he got it up there. Nobody will tell me.
I don't know how he's talking so fast.
So he gets up.
Can we just take a drink of water?
There, and then he changes his clothes. He's up on top of that roof for 10 minutes. That's according to the governor. He was up there for 8 to 10 minutes. Nobody sees him. The cops don't see him. The $1 million security team doesn't see him. Nobody sees him except people in the crowd did see him. And they don't tell you that. People, just like in Butler, Pennsylvania, people in the crowd saw him. Guess who didn't see him? The cops, the local cops, the state cops, the Secret Service. People see it. So, and then he
thank you so
puts
much.
the gun together. He lines up the shot, puts a scope on it. By the way, if that scope was on it, he couldn't fire that gun because
doing
of the
your
safe.
comment.
Anyway,
See?
so he lines it up, takes the shot, hits it perfectly, takes the gun apart, leaves the screwdriver there, puts it under a towel, Spider-Man's his way off the top of a building, runs across campus with the gun apparently under a towel. Nobody sees this. He runs into the woods.
This is fucking intense. My goodness. He was practicing this in the bathroom the night before.
Puts the gun back together again without the screwdriver. He's a regular MacGyver, this guy. And then he hides the gun in the backyard of a house owned by Palantir. And if you think anything else besides that, you're a crazy Jew-hating conspiracy nut.
Whoa.
Do you know that
he doesn't want to? He was like, yeah, I'm just gonna laugh at that.
They had the gun sniffing dogs, right? Which they can sniff a gun that was fired a week earlier in the rain, right? They were looking all over. They didn't find it. The FBI shows up a minute later. We got the gun. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, you could. Baron Coleman's been doing great work on this, and he got the police transmitter, all that stuff. He got that. That's available. And so it wasn't until the FBI showed up. Oh, well, we got it. No, the local police couldn't find it. And the dog sniffers couldn't find it. They can find it. And they couldn't. But then the FBI showed up and they found it in the exact place. So, and not that, and won't even release that to the defense team. They're still holding on to it. And then, of course, then he decides
shit, you're right. Joan Rivers is dead. Wait, Joan Rivers died 2014. This bitch is haunting us from the grave? She died in 2014. So you're right, Phoenix. She died 12 years ago. Almost. Oh, thank God. That you have no idea how relieved I am to find out that she is... She's gone. That was 2014. I mean, I wonder when that video was taken. That means that Selena Gomez has been pretty based for quite a while. Wow. But Barbara Walters is dead too, right? Yeah, no, she died. That bitch is dead as fried fucking chicken. Thank you, Mikey. I shall have a great night. Actually have a dinner planned with your mom. We're gonna have a nice steak dinner. Might catch a movie on the couch. If I'm lucky, she'll give me a hand job. Your mom? I was talking about your mom. Your mother, Deborah? She gives great handies. I'm always satisfied.
To text his lover instead of waiting for him to get home. It's only a 3-hour drive. He's like, you know what? He said, I wanted to take this secret to my grave. First of all, he talks like he's reading he's writing a Jane Austen novel. My love. And then he says, I wanted to take this secret to my grave, but fuck it. I'm just gonna leave it here on a text message to you so the FBI can find it. And so what was supposed to happen was he was supposed to go out in a blaze of glory. Because the original text messages that they said he wrote said, I don't want to go to prison. I'm not going to go out. I don't want to be dragged through the courts. I'm going to go. So he was supposed to get shot just like in Butler Crooks. And he was supposed to get killed. He didn't. He went and turned himself in, which screwed up their plan. And so they had to rewrite those text messages. Did you know that there's text messages 1 and text messages 2.0? So they had to rewrite this. Yeah, that's all. And they said that he
I didn't know that.
confessed on Discord or
they had to kill him, but he turned himself in.
Reddit. And of course, now we know for a fact that he was already in custody when they said that he did that. So what guy shows up, turns himself in, pleads the fifth, I'm not talking to the cops until my lawyer gets there, but then he goes on the internet and gives a confession? Okay, so this is obviously a setup, and you're not allowed to ask questions about it. And if you are, you are attacking a grieving widow. And that's, again, when did Jackie O ever say, quit looking in, stop? Quit looking into who killed my husband. Never. That's not what happens. And that's not how you grieve, by the way.
Yeah.
I remember when my dad died, my mom immediately bought a gold sequin pants outfit, started carrying sparklers around and selling T-shirts. And my friends were like, Jimmy, what's with your mom? I'm like, she's grieving. So I'll just leave that there. And so, Dan Bongino, who famously said, don't ever stop talking about the Epstein files. He gets in a position of power to do something about it. And now he changes his tune to say, oh, I was there to do my job, which is to keep custody of the evidence. No, you weren't there to keep custody of the evidence. You were there to put in custody for the people who were in that evidence, you fucking phony.
Nice,
anyway,
Jimmy.
I get
nice,
upset.
Jimmy.
You have every reason to.
So we're being lied to on a massive scale. The one guy who was credited with stopping the Iran war the first time, they had to get him out of there. And he had realized that he'd woken up and his organization is a Zionist operation, as it was from the beginning. And he woke up to that. He was living in a Truman Show, and he orders an investigation, a Doge-style investigation into the accounting, because if you look into it, Wolves of Finance is a YouTube channel who's really explored all this, about all the shady financial stuff that was happening inside TPUSA. So they all had motive to not only be a part of it, but to cover it up. And so he orders that. He turns down their money. They all lie that he said they're going to kill me. And Candace Owens proves that the text messages were there. And by the way, why does the FBI not have control of his phone? Why would they give it to his? None of it makes sense. So this is all a big psyop. It's a Zionist organization. He had realized that. He had realized what Zionism was. He realized that Israel was not in our best interest, that they're not our greatest ally, and they had to get. And so they tried everything. They tried, and some reports said they were offering $1 billion to his organization, and he turned it down. And if you can turn that down, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to kill you. And it's sad, and you're just like Seth Rich, you're not allowed to ask questions. And
Bribes, blackmail, and bloodshed. It is the Israeli way.
When you're not allowed to ask, hey, if Candace Owens is crazy nuts, then let her talk. Give her enough rope to hang herself. Keep it going. Just like Brian Harpel did on that CIA guy's podcast. He gave him enough rope to hang himself, and he hung himself several times on that. What a used car salesman that Brian Harpel is. I spent thousands of dollars on.
Tucker is, he's struggling. He's like, what is happening?
They didn't have drone coverage. He pretends they didn't have drone coverage. Well, Frank Turek says they were watching the drone coverage on their own phones.
Thank you for that super. Thanks for standing up. You say now how many people told you that you might look like Jesus? Same mood, same shit, 2,000 years later. I'm about to flip this table, man. I'm about to get real Christ-like. I appreciate that. He would be so like me. Well, that is literally high praise, highest of praises. I don't think I'm anywhere near that level.
He pulled up to the event.
Thank you.
So they're lying back and forth all over the place. They didn't have security watching the roof. They don't have security watching the roof. Well, the local
I guess that means if I'm Jesus, then who's my Judas? I don't like how that story ends.
Police were supposed to take care of that. Okay, get that. Okay. So it's a setup. It's a lie. And just like Seth Rich and Charlie said, just like we learned during COVID, keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. And now they've completely flipped his message. Stop. Just stop. Stop asking questions. That was his whole MO. That was his whole motive. That was the reason for his raison d'etre, was ask questions.
Exactly.
I would be Jesus, but I'm not black, so I can't be.
and now you're not supposed to. And I tell people, you see these social media influencers out there telling you that Candace is evil or demonic, and stop. It happened exactly the way Cash Patel said.
Chad is Judas. A2 Jude. At A2 Chate.
That it did. If anybody's telling you that, they are corrupted on the take and they're your enemy. And do not listen to them, because those people are not there to help you or to help bring you information. They're there to propagandize you and keep you shut up and compliant.
The great Jimmy Dore. Wow, you just wound me up.
Okay.
I'm gonna need to walk around. Everyone senses that young people.
I told you, he was like, this is too much. Didn't I call it? Don't I call it? I do call it, and I am calling it right now. Thank you so much, everyone. We hit the 4-hour mark. It's time for Grandpa to get his cough medicine and his warm milk and change out his diaper, because it is time for bed. It's Friday night. We're going crazy up in here. I hope you had a wonderful time. I did as well. That is going to be the stream for tonight. I don't know if I'll be streaming on the weekend, but I may be. So if I don't see you this weekend, I'll be back Monday. Thanks. I see all your thank yous. I raise you more thank yous to you, right back at you. I wish I had more things to tell you, but really not much. I'm gonna go have dinner and then bang your mother. It's a full-time job, but somebody's got to do it. Your dad's not, so I had to step up in there. As always, I appreciate you. I love this community. Love to you all. Peace and love. My peace I give you. And we'll see you next time, okay? Oh, lame. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? Oh, really, Diana? Lame? Takes one to know one. How about that? All right, I love you. Good night.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night, good night. Buenos noches, buenas noches.